is about to enter its 5th year, and that's all thanks to you. If you're new here, let me fill you in. XboxEra is a platform for the Xbox community with best-in-class forums, a kick-ass Discord server, and of course XboxEra.com, chock full of the latest news, reviews and more, all focused on your favourite platform, Xbox. It's every Xbox fan's gateway to the best of XboxEra. Our incredible podcast listened to in over 50 countries across the planet, our own digital store for games and codes, our merch store for the coolest of Xbox threads, and of course Day One, where you can track, rate and discuss your favourite games on Xbox Game Pass. XboxEra is built for you, and it's completely funded by you. If you value having a publication truly focused on your preferred place to play, you can support us directly via Patreon. Just head to patreon.com/XboxEra. You get cool swag and awesome perks, and we get to keep doing what we do. Become a part of the best Xbox community on the internet and help us build the next 5 years of XboxEra. Thank you for your support.
The XboxEra podcast is brought to you by executive producers Top, Torn Raptor, Lawpole, and Jordan White.
Hello, friends, and maybe some enemies. Welcome to episode 199 of the XboxEra podcast. I'm Sik Mechanico, your host, and I'm joined, as always, by Special Nick.
What's going on?
Everything is going on, bro. Everything is going on. Oh, man. What a week. JGG's is here as well. JGG's.
Hello. Hi. Oh, I didn't turn.
Hi.
I got to turn Jen on. Hold on. Too busy talking.
I am. I'm
Our
talking
pre-show
away.
chats.
The pre-show chats. Well,
where I have to yell at you, hey, we're live in 5 seconds. And you're like, oh, what? We are? I'm like, yeah.
that was very quick. To the point where I forgot my usual intro. But yeah, we're here to talk about the latest in gaming news focusing on your favorite platform, apparently.
It's
Xbox.
not dead yet.
It isn't dead yet.
It isn't dead
yet.
We had a pre-show super chat, by the way.
It's only a matter of time.
Yeah.
We did.
Got to remember
we'll bring it up.
Yeah, but we'll talk about the super chat later.
Yeah. I'm going to copy it and put it in
mention
chat in case it disappears.
I already did.
Okay. You're a smarty pants.
Top banana. But yeah, hi chat. Hi everyone. We'll talk about things. Let's talk about some stuff. But to quote myself and someone in the chat, it's just video games. But we'll get into things. We'll get into things. It is episode 200 next week, so we've got lots of like exciting things we're trying to very swiftly organize. One of those things. One of those things we're uncertain about right now, Nick. Right? We're uncertain about it.
Yeah.
A little bit.
We'll tell a story about that one day. I'm sure. Maybe not this week.
I'm happy to tell the story right now.
Not yet. Not until we know for sure.
Yeah, let's we've got this week.
We can talk about it on episode 200, depending on what goes on.
Yeah, that's a good way to frame it. Deep breaths. Deep breaths.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're here. And it's been a week of video game carnage, I think is probably the phrase. Where to start? Let's start where we always start. What have we been playing? Let's tease people along a little bit. We know you want us to talk about all the big stuff. We'll get there. But before we do that, let's talk about some video games, because that's the whole point, right? Nick, have you been playing anything new this week, or have you just been carrying your bunker somewhere?
I haven't been playing anything at all.
Not a sausage.
No. I've been playing a bit of Fortnite and a bit of Rocket League, and that's it.
That's
all I've been playing.
Same old. Fair enough.
Yep.
Fair enough. Well, then I can rely on Jesse, who's definitely played some video games.
Yeah. The one I've been playing is down there. It'll be accompanying us pretty much most of the show, which was Banishers, Ghosts of a New Eden. I gave it a 8.7, I believe. It's really damn good. It has very splotchy moss around everything you can climb and interact with. So people can get all angry about that. It's not yellow paint, but it is splotchy moss that has some different colors in it to help with accessibility for people that have color blindness issues, I guess. It is Don't Nod's biggest game. I would call it one of biggest for focus. It feels like, I called it tickling the taint of AAA. It's like it's just right there. You can tell it's not, because it's just not so focused. Yeah, but it's got a nose on the gooch with some long hairs just tickling it a bit, and really, really good narrative. Like just one of my favorites in a game I've played.
So I booted this up and I played about 10 minutes and I was like, okay, this is interesting. And then code for Skull and Bones came in. So I was like, I'm going to put this to one side because this is a narrative game. I'll come back to this. So I haven't played much to really have any comment on it, apart from that it looks nice enough. And it is super narrative heavy.
Environments look nice. They look okay. Sometimes you see like lower quality texture work and stuff like that. I think the animations in general are really good, especially around their motion capture on people to get their emotions in a scene. The faces look really good. The two main character models, the partner and her, the man and woman, Antea and Red, look great. Sound and some of the best voice acting from the two of them, because the marketing for the game makes it very clear that even though you start playing as Antea, she dies and she becomes a ghost. Like that is just right. That's on the cover. She's literally a ghost on the cover of the game.
Is it Troy Baker and Jennifer Hale?
No, it's two people. I put their names into the review so I could remember, because they're not big actors. Red is very Scottish. Antea is Jamaican British, like or Cuban British. Sorry, she was born in Cuba but grew up in England. So they have those accents. It's set in late 60s, 90s New England. A lot of hating witches back then. And so you're mostly jumping between playing as Red and Antea at the same time, because she's inhabiting him as a ghost. There's a whole lore around why that happens. Your job is literally to banish ghosts and evil spirits. And it's Don't Nod, so choice is huge. Like, choice is a massive part of the game. Pretty much it boils down to, when you're working a case, do you banish the ghost? Do you ascend the ghost, which is like just say, I hear you and you're all good and you can leave happy? Or do you literally kill the person that was being, like, if they were being shitty or anything? Like, you get those choices, and that affects your ending and what ends up happening with Antea and Red at the end. I'm real curious to see how different it can get. It took me 26 hours to get through, and I still had like 5 major side quests I could go and do if I want. And I have gone back and done a couple of them because they're so freaking good. But yes, Banishers is a game, if you like big single player, it's a mix of their narrative and then like a very light, kind of spammy early on version of God of War's gameplay. It can be way too spammy at first, but you'll unlock a lot of really cool shit eventually that changes up the combat enough. I think it's a really good game, and I hope people support it correctly.
Cool.
Good old Collingwood's asked if you can skip the cutscenes. Can you skip the cutscenes?
You can, but there would literally be no reason to play this game. The gameplay is not the gameplay is not good enough to make you want to skip the cutscenes, because the cutscenes and the dialogue are a 10 and the gameplay is like a 6, like 6 or 7. It's just good enough to keep you going because the story is so good. So I would not recommend playing it for the gameplay. I would recommend playing it for the story, where the gameplay's fine. Doesn't get in the way. The other thing I can't show because my footage is the 1.0 version of an early access game, but I can't talk about the early access version I played, is Balatro. It's not going to be for, I don't know that it's going to be for either of you. It's a deck building roguelike. But it is, you're playing hands of cards to try and beat a score. Like that's it.
Cards, so
yeah. So you're just playing hands of poker to try and beat a score. You have things that are working against your score, and you have things that are and you're trying to build up multipliers for your score in your deck and your hand and everything. Super deep, super good. And I'll have a review for that on Monday, which I can say because they said it themselves on Twitter.
Said it. Yeah.
Yeah. And then
I definitely want to try it.
Last thing for me is Return to Grace, which is coming to Game Pass on Tuesday. I got the PC version. That's been out for almost a year now, so I can talk about it. 2 to 3 hour narrative walking simulator with a very nice little story. Looks good and has very good voice acting. So I'll have a review for that one on Tuesday. And that is it for me.
Nice. Well, as Nick's not been playing anything, I did a review early this week. I think it launched on Monday for a lovely little puzzle game called A Little to the Left. If you're a fan of unpacking, you'll like some parts of this. It's a tidying things up game, except it's not. It wants to be, but then it starts veering off into chaotic logic puzzles that aren't really about tidying at all. They're about aligning things or recognizing patterns, and it becomes not a neatness game where you get that satisfaction of having everything perfectly aligned and put away nicely. It's like the clock has to be in line with the shadows and all sorts of like weird logic that isn't necessarily translating itself properly. So there's like two different design languages. It's kind of frustrating to the point where you'll come across certain puzzles and you'll be like, ugh, this isn't a tidying up puzzle. I don't want to do it.
Is that the footage that Jesse's showing?
Yeah. The pencils and stuff.
It just looks like an OCD game.
It starts off that way. And those are the bits I like, right? Where you're just, yep, okay, I'm aligning all the pencils where all the rubbers are the different depths in unison. And, you know, you're aligning things in color or shape or whatever. But it starts to get a bit crazier. It's still worth a go. It's 3 to 4 hours of good puzzling. There's some DLC at launch. It's fine. I didn't love it. It wasn't like you got the unpacking story as well as like moving house, and you actually got a narrative told through puzzles, which I thought was really cool. But it's still, if there's some satisfying puzzle gameplay there, and it's on Game Pass. So, you know, like the one thing I would say is if you're out and about, it supports touch. So I played this on PC with mouse, where mouse ruled all. Second was touch, like, because you can just, I had a touch screen laptop, so I didn't play it on cloud because I couldn't yet, because it's not on Game Pass yet. It is now, but touch was fine. And the controller, it's all over the place. So dial back the sensitivity if you're playing on pad, but it's definitely you can sit down and not worry about latency and play it on touch via Xbox Cloud Gaming. Definitely worth doing that. But it's some nice little puzzles, right? It's fine. The other big thing I've been playing a lot since Code came in is Skull and Bones. I don't even know where to start with this game. Like, I'm aiming to get the video review out for Monday. I have ground this game to get as much experience in as possible. I've probably put about 35 hours in, something like that now, since I got Code. I'm just one level away, like half a level away from Kingpin, which is the top rank before you get into Kingpin 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've got the biggest ship you can get so far. And I'm trying to just get to the end game stuff, which I'll probably have done by tomorrow and get a flavor for all of the different multiplayer things. For a game that's been in development 11 years, 11 years. Do you remember when they announced it? Oh, Sea of Thieves is so doomed back in 2017 when they announced. And here we are.
What do you mean? I've still got that thing we were sent. Where is it? That IP.
Yeah. The IP kit. And interestingly, some of that is in there. Kit. But what's curious about it? Have you played Assassin's Creed Black Flag? Nah. So to give, and for the audience as well, if anyone's interested or considering picking up Skull and Bones, Assassin's Creed Black Flag came out, and it was an Assassin's Creed game, but it also had this ship mechanic and boarding and fighting, and everyone really loved all of it, and we're kind of like, if we could have all of this but without the assassiny bits, but still have us be a pirate and go around doing pirate things, great. And Ubisoft could have made that, but they didn't. They started off making just a ship-to-ship PvP combat game. Then it evolved into an MMO type thing. Then it's evolved into more of like a multiplayer online action game. So there are PvP bits, but most of it isn't. It's against PvE. There are different factions, different clans. You can grind resources. You can gather stuff. You can build things. And there are, like, all of that is also a lot like Conan Exiles, a lot like any other grindathon. But then there are these moments where you get this little Black Flag magic, like in the middle of a storm, and you're fighting a million different ships, and you've got to navigate all the different guns and cannons, and you've got to brace your crew, and you start to think, I really like this. So I'm like, there's half of me that's really loving it, But then anytime you're on land, none of it makes any sense. It feels completely backwards for a 11-year developed quadruple A Ubisoft game. Like animations are weird and unfinished. It's really muddy. It doesn't look much better than the game that came out 11 years ago. It's really, really, really weird. And I'm still not fully made up my mind.
With all the stories that were going on behind the scenes, it kind of makes sense.
Yeah, it's been through dev hell for sure.
It really sounded like they didn't want to bother finishing this game, and they were very much under duress in terms of being pressured to actually get it out there. Didn't they have some sort of...
They had a contractual obligation with the government,
with their Singaporean government. Like, I don't... Like, if it was just a normal game that they were making, I reckon this would have got cancelled.
It would have been cancelled a long time ago, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what's frustrating, I think, is if it had come out and been everything I wanted it to be, which was... I don't mind co-op. Like, the fact that it's co-op is a benefit. Like, and it is fun to play with your mates. Like, I've been playing this evening with my mates. I've been playing yesterday. It is really, really good fun with friends. But I don't know how much life is actually in it. So to spend $70 or $100 for the early access version, I'm a bit like, So we'll see what the end game's like.
But they couldn't make it free to play. Everyone's like, why wasn't it free to play? It's like, mate, they've got a lot of money they've got to get back. It's a lot of money they've got to get back.
One of the things I think that saved Helldivers 2 from as much scrutiny as most games get is its $40 price tag. If they had been able to do 40, I think it would be a lot less anger in people, because like Helldivers is a really fun game. We don't know the legs on it yet, but it's super fun. It's also unbelievably buggy and having tons of server issues, but it was $40. And people are more willing to forgive it when it's seen as a smaller thing, even though it was 9 years in development. Like, it actually was only 2 years less than friggin' this game. It probably just a lot less money.
But much smaller team.
It reminds me of an early access title in a lot of ways. Like, there's so much, what's the phrase, Eurojank? There honestly is. Like, I've got a clip for the review. Just the character. Like, if you're playing Skull and Bones right now, dear viewer, go walk downstairs. Like, instead of a walking downstairs animation, he kind of like does this half jump. I'm like, what is this? It's 11 years of dev. What's going on? It's really weird. Like, yeah, I don't know. I'm torn. I love some of the mechanics. I hate others. It's a really weird game, but I am really addicted to the grind. Like, if you're a grind person, I want to get this ship. I want to get these guns. I want to go do these things. There's some cool stuff
That's been Suicide Squad with me. I couldn't play it for a week because if you tied your account to the WB account for crossplay, because I play on the Legion Go or on my PC as well as Xbox, and it all just carries over, including microtransaction money and everything, which is crazy. Like, everything carries over, and it was just completely broken. It would crash every time you tried to log in. But that finally started working, and then I ended up playing it for like friggin' 6 hours yesterday because I just really enjoyed playing the game. The grind is really good.
Yeah, for sure. That's Skull and Bones, and that's about it for me in terms of video games I've been playing.
Balatro. I cannot say enough about Balatro. I cannot. If you are into that,
I'm looking forward to your review.
If you're in, you can watch it now. If you if you are into that, just type out, I want to turn my mind off just a little, because you still have to think and there's still things to do. But I'm watching a podcast, I'm listening to a podcast or watching a podcast, as the Xbox One and ours, and most of them are now. Podcasts are very much video. If it's something you just want to take your time with, you don't have to pay attention to it all the time, because it is like you're just in full control. There's no timers or anything. Yeah, that game. Check out my review on Monday. They'll make Nick mad.
Oh no. Okay. That's a clue. Don't say it.
Don't
say
it. 10,
it.
are you?
No, let's say it. It's an embargo. Not say anything.
Nick just doesn't like high scores. He holds them in a high place in his mind. And then he gives them to everything he likes. So I don't care. You played it.
I do the IGN thing. I do the IGN thing, and I only review the games that I like and want to review.
I was
so that I could give them high scores.
You were an hour into Alan Wake. You're like, yeah, this is a 9. Like, I haven't watched a second of the cutscenes. I just like the way it feels. 9. Like, yeah. I mean, you are right. It actually is close to that, but.
Streets of Rage 4, TMNT.
He knows.
Ori.
He knows what the scores are before he picks up the pad.
Review what I know I'm gonna like, and that's it.
Never have to give a bad score if you don't.
Haven't given
any
a
bad
10 though.
games.
Haven't given a 10. Lucky I didn't review Super Mario Odyssey.
Yeah, that would have been.
No,
a 10.
this I'd give that a 7.
I'll
I'm
review the second one.
We might have to go to be gaming era by then. If we single-handedly destroyed the brand, so.
Well, let's get into that. But before we do, a couple of housekeeping items. One, if you are watching us live, and if you don't hate us, please consider hitting that like button. We would really appreciate it. And if I'm lucky, Jesse is pressing the new subscribe, like, love animation.
Oh, I can. I've been using it.
Played it last week. We played it last week.
Yep, I've been using it. Yep.
Yeah, it's lovely. So, just as a heads up to everyone watching, we've got episode 200 next week. Yes, we're gunning for lots of cool things to kind of show off and talk about and announce and all of this sort of stuff, including new branding stuff, new merch, new Patreon stuff, XboxEra book run number 2 for those that really want it. We'll see. So we're trying to do lots of different cool things. But as always, if you love what we do and don't hate us, please consider subscribing to us on Patreon, patreon.com/XboxEra, and you can be one of the cool kids that gets cool stuff. Anyways,
including more in the future. We have lots of Patreon plans.
We do have lots of Patreon plans. We're going to be announcing, loads of new things we're going to be announcing next week. But yeah, one other piece of housekeeping. Time to get serious before we get really serious. Our dear friend and moderator, Knottian. So if you're on the XboxEra forums, he'll probably be a very familiar name to you. Some of you love him, some of you hate him. He is the policeman of the forum streets. He is stepping back due to ill health. I would like everybody that has interacted with him, be it good or bad, please send some good vibes his way. He needs them. All right. And we are going to look into the community to see who can come on board and help us look after our little digital community on the XboxEra forum. So if you think you're a valid applicant for such a meaningless, unthankful task,
the moment you do anything, people get mad at you. Especially these two get mad. Like, why are you moderating? Yeah.
You mean thankless? Is that the word you were searching for?
Yeah, thankless. Yeah. I was ad-libbing, but yeah. Please send you good vibes, much love, and we wish him very well as soon as you can. But yes. So anyway, that's the serious stuff. Right. Now we've moved on to the more serious stuff. We're going to do some news. We are going to get into the meat and potatoes of the discussion. Whereas what?
Did Tom
moderated someone.
I don't know but like he moderated someone saying something nice.
Tom, when someone says, I like you lads so much, I hit the like button twice, that's not moderating.
He didn't moderate him. He shadow banned him forever. Everything. I undid it.
What?
He literally hid the user on the channel. So, Tim per 21, I have unshadow banned you, and I apologize for the whiskey-laden man and his slippy fingers.
Oh, for goodness sake. Goodness me. All right, let's get into the news. Let's get into the news.
There isn't news first.
Where do you want to do first?
This is the problem. You know, Tom drinks, but he's drinking whiskey and whatever fucking other alcohol he's drinking.
We know what he needs to drink.
Where what he should be drinking is Control. That's what Tom should be drinking. So he's not such an inebriated, belligerent person. So what Tom needs to do is go to www.drinkcontrol.com/XboxEra and use our code to get 10% off Control. I mean, if he wants to put a bit of bourbon in it, he can go for it, but still, he shouldn't. It should be water or milk. I've got water because we don't have much milk in the house today.
Yeah, I've tried regular milk, water, almond milk, and oat milk's my favorite for all of them. It's very good.
But yes.
There you go.
And I'm also
yeah. I messaged Alex and he hasn't replied, so he's kind of like John in that way. But yeah. But yes, so that's that. Yes. Drink Control. It's very nice.
drinkcontrol.com/XboxEra.
We did have a super chat earlier from Alvin. Not Simon or Theodore.
Alvin. Yes. Do. I used to love that song.
Yeah.
Good day, gents. The Contact Harvest Simulator that's blowing up on Steam and the Halo series being really good, Visegrad is giving me good Halo feels. Yeah, I watched that third episode.
Yeah,
No.
I'm.
Have I watched the third episode or the second episode? Which is the one with Quan in it?
This is the
She's
third
in
one,
both.
right?
She's in 2 and 3.
Which is the one where she's hiding from those guys trying to kill her?
2.
2.
You haven't
Okay,
seen
so
3
it's
yet?
2 that I've seen. I haven't seen
Yeah.
3 yet. Okay,
Oh,
I've seen
okay.
2, and 2 was very meh.
Yeah,
Episode 2 was extremely meh.
We did a whole show on it. I think you
I
popped
know.
in at the end to tell us that the audio levels were terrible.
The
for
audio
some
levels
places.
were fucking just all,
It's funny.
were all over
I
the shop.
Listened on my phone, audio perfect. Listen on my computer, audio terrible. Listen on my TV, audio perfect. It's like YouTube and the different players you get, extremely frustrating.
Okay.
But yes, Helldivers 2 is doing very, very well. Good for those guys.
Mhm.
But yeah, I like the new Halo series. And if you're a fan, we did a whole spoiler cast. We're doing one every Friday after the episode is aired. So feel free to come hang out and watch. We talk openly about the spoilers, so we won't mention them here in case anyone
And
listening to the mainline podcast.
I
doesn't
would
want
say
spoiled.
people have asked in chat, yes, this is a direct continuation of season 1. You don't want to watch
Yeah.
2 without having watched 1. You'll be very
Yeah.
lost.
Sort of punishment, though.
There's parts
It's a form of
you
punishment.
say that, but it was enormously successful, and a
I
lot of
know
older
it
people love
was.
it. Like,
But lots
you're-
of bad stuff is successful. So what?
like Fortnite.
There's lots of stuff that's not very good, but is also extremely popular in the world. All that does is say that there's a lot of silly people in the world
Why would you
poor
say that,
taste.
Nick? You're on the show.
with poor taste. Well,
Pablo, this is not the words.
not every artist enjoys the art they make.
Well, funnily enough, Pablo Schreiber literally was talking about how season 2 does reset a lot of things because he didn't like major parts of season 1, like the sex scenes.
It's a whole. It's elevated way above what season 1 was. Just
Well,
just
look,
in the whole. look of it.
I enjoyed filming the sex scenes. I just didn't feel they needed to be there.
We didn't need to see your naked ass.
I begrudgingly took part in those sex scenes.
Oh man, tangents. I love them. Okay, the news. We are going to get into big stuff, but we'll get some little stuff out of the way.
Yeah, I want to
Embracers-
get something out of the way that's not on the notes.
Okay, go on.
I want to
Is
get
it, do
something.
you want to do it first?
Because Tom Warren's in the chat. Mando game by Respawn.
Not the Mandalorian, but about a Mandalorian.
So it's a Mandalorian.
Yeah, it's about a Mandalorian, but not Din Djarin.
Did you say
Oh,
Tom Warren
right.
because you read someone say Tom Warren?
Did I say Tom Warren? I meant Tom
You did,
Henderson.
yeah,
Sorry.
Tom Henderson.
They're
Sorry.
both
I got my
immensely
Toms mixed
insulted.
up. Yes, I got my Toms mixed up. Sorry, because Tom's Henderson is in the chat. It was on Insider Gaming that Respawn are doing a Mando game. It's like, where did we first hear about a Mando game?
We also have a very important
Surprise.
super chat we can hit real quick.
It's like 3 years ago. It was like literally 3 years ago, pretty much to the day almost.
Yeah.
When I accidentally, that's two things I've accidentally revealed too early: Mando game and Gears collection. All because I mixed up a Funko. That's how I ended up revealing Mando early by accident.
Yeah, it was the
I mixed
Funko
up
on Phil's shelf, wasn't it?
There was a Funko on Phil's shelf that I thought was Mando, and I was like, "Oh, there's Phil teaser stuff. There's a Mando Funko on his shelf. Can I mention it?" And they're like, "Oh, okay." And then it turns out it was the Arbiter, and it wasn't Mando. I was like, "Whoops!" Revealed that too early.
Too soon.
Like way too early.
They are the perfect studio
Oh,
to make
God.
that, though. That type of fast, frenetic first-person jetpack gameplay. Like, yeah.
God, and it's first person, even though I know everyone's going to be motion sick, but like it's a first person, so that means fucking Respawn's Traversal or Titanfall. Hello.
I call review.
Like
No one can get it over me.
if
I will kill
there's
you.
if there's a studio that should be doing first person games, mate, Respawn is
got
it.
nailed.
Oh man.
They've got
Titanfall still feels amazing. 10 years later.
Yeah,
You know, Titanfall's like 10 years old this year.
11.
No, 10. Came out in 2014.
Oh, cause yeah, it wasn't a launch game. It was March, wasn't it? The following year.
It's like March or April 2014.
Yeah. You're quite right.
I've still got the poster. You can't see it in camera, but I've still got the poster that I got.
Still
the
might be
foil poster.
One of my favorite controllers they ever made.
Yeah, I've got the controller. The limited edition
I've got the controller as well.
Mine got horrible
Still
drift,
got it.
so I sold it for a ton of money because I couldn't really use it anymore.
Ah, okay.
Fair.
Titanfall is still amazing.
I have too much as is. I need to sell more. Look at this freaking elephant I have. What am I going to do with it? I didn't pay for it at least. It's too much
I've got to
stuff.
sell stuff too. My house isn't big enough to contain everything. I've got to sell more stuff.
Man,
But
I don't buy anything physical, so
I don't buy it. They just keep sending it to me.
According to
I'd buy that.
Insider Gaming, it's Insider Gaming, isn't it, Tom? Insider Gaming. Let me get it right. Yes, insider-gaming.com has the story. Go check them out. They're a up and comer. They're no XboxEra, but they're an up and comer website. Who say that there's a Mando game by Respawn.
Did they mention you at all? Did they be like, hey, the Mando game was first revealed by Special Nick way back on episode...
No, 12. I don't think they did. Funny that. I collaborate with Tom. I Google stuff and I say, ooh, the crew, Tom Henderson mentioned a new crew game. Maybe instead of trying to shit in his cereal, I'll mention it to him.
Ew.
And we can collaborate on something. Oh, I got Battlefield 2042 stuff. Isn't Tom Henderson the Battlefield 2042 guy? But do I get the same in return?
Well, we're persona non grata now after John destroyed Xbox.
Interesting that.
Yeah, I've loaded everything for us now. All right, I really want to hammer through this because I know what everybody wants us to talk about. So, Embracer have fired... I only just read this. I missed this week.
Yeah, they pretty much
people.
They confirmed how many it was and how they're going to be doing more, and they need organic growth, and it's like, yeah,
it's only a matter of time before it all goes down. Oh my god, they flat out mentioned the shareholders.
Yeah,
I'm like,
these calls. I mean, when you're doing your calls, you're doing the calls for shareholders. Like that is who you're. People sound horrible in business because they are talking to the shareholders, so they're not going to sound like humans. Like when we hear Satya and Amy Hood and people talking on those investor calls, that's who they're talking. They're not talking to us. We get to hear it, and we're like, "What the? This sounds horrible." But then the investors are like, "Yeah, give me more." So,
it's only a matter of time.
Yeah,
it's only a matter of time before it all goes under. Yeah. And we're going to lose so many great studios and so it's just
a shame.
Seriously, man. Seriously. Like I want other bigger publishers to just come in and start saving those studios one by one. Not like it doesn't have to be every single studio because there's like 467 of them, but at least Crystal, Eidos, Gearbox.
Yeah.
No, without Randy.
One of the things I cut out was that like even you look at Bandai Namco, been super successful, had a ton of huge games. They just canceled 6 games. They just made no money. They just sold off the friggin' Elden Ring IP back to From Software. Like, I don't even know who would buy things now because everyone's not growing. And it's like, yes, they're making tons of money. They're more than soluble. They're not going to crash like back in the 80s or something. But it's just people aren't. The number's not going up and there's not the growth, which is what we'll talk about later. Like when there's not growth, how do you get numbers to go up? Well, you chop down your costs. And how do you do that? Well, you keep doing huge executive bonuses and you fire most of your workers. So it's just
you don't let any of your executives take pay cuts because they're making the hard decisions.
So we did have a super chat from Faisal. We want to do it real quick
and it's a very poignant one.
Oh, do it again because we need more.
He says, hit that like button.
Hit that like button.
Yeah. 264 watching, 72 likes. Sorry to keep asking. I know people get mad, but it's really key for growth and discoverability on YouTube because they want interaction.
You got to interact, baby. You got to interact.
People downvote thinking they're hurting a channel.
Hate it.
And they don't realize that you're helping the channel. You're just telling YouTube to show it to you less. That's all
Yeah.
that does.
Yeah.
But it does help the channel.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Dragon's Dogma 2 is going to have an uncapped frame rate on console.
I put that one in for me because I'm really interested in that game, and now I'm more willing to review it on console, because otherwise I was gonna be like, I'll play enough to get an opinion on console, but then I'm gonna be on PC if it's freaking 30. So I'm gonna see how it is, see how it plays. It's
Like
it
40
is-
with VRR on your OLED might be okay.
Yeah, because that if you played Hogwarts Legacy, for their 40 uncapped mode was the best one. Incredibly good lighting, better quality textures. And depending on where you were, it went down to 40 or up to feeling like 60. Like, it was just perfect. It was the perfect blend, because if you're on a VRR screen, that can do VRR down to 40. So, but yes, that game, we should have a review for this one closer to its late March launch. We should be on the list.
Nice. Touch controls are now available for remote play on Xbox, which is great. At last. It took a while.
Didn't we talk about that last week or the week before?
No, maybe.
I don't know. It's in the. I'm just reading the show notes. Did you talk about it last week? I don't recall.
No,
But it's so good we
Cool.
have to talk about
I
it
won't
twice.
languish on the point then. I
Mhm.
won't languish on the
Yeah.
point.
We've spoken about it before. I know, because I was like, finally, like the rest of the world had it in 1973. Welcome to the party.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Right. Okay. Let's talk about all the big news then. Where to start? I wasn't here last week, so I appreciate that you guys probably had to shoulder a lot of the questions from the community at that time.
No, we just said
I don't
Yellow
think it was
John.
too bad.
Yellow John.
I don't think.
Yeah,
I flat out said that you didn't show me what you got,
that's true.
and you didn't tell me what you got, so I don't know what you got that got you to write the article.
Yep.
I don't know.
So
That's all I said.
Yeah, a lot of people have been asking me to take one of these, and I say no. Look,
Props.
what can I say? I'm trying to think of a polite way to say this. Executives will say, what's the phrase you use? Will say what they need to say when they need to say it.
Executives will say what they need to say when they need to say it. I've said it 100 times.
Right?
And they
I
will say
miss the
things vague
consistency.
enough so that your preferred outcome is how you will take what they say, even though they have not truly committed to what you think they have.
So I'm not going to go into huge amounts of detail. I'm not going to sit here and argue till I'm blue in the face. I stand by what I reported, much like I would imagine Tom Warren stands by what he reported for The Verge shortly afterwards. It was not denied. All that was simply said was it is not one of the first 4 games. Do I imagine a world in a year from now when Starfield's 2+ years old? Yes, I do. And when that happens, I look forward to everybody's apologies in writing. All right, I really want some heart in it, but it doesn't matter. It is what it is. I'm not going to take an L because I reported what I verified. So the end. And I think people need to understand that. It's not, this is definitely happening. And I think if there's one point that I will be like, fair enough, is I wish I'd, in hindsight, not used the word planning, even though it means what I meant it means, which is
That's what I said last week. I said your
Yeah.
biggest crime
Biggest
crime
crime.
was a crime of wording.
Yeah. If I, you know, and afterwards, funny enough, when Tom Ryan's article dropped for Indiana Jones, I was like, considering is such a better word, but it is what it is. It
I
is.
said
it's
it
what
about
is.
Halo a few weeks back, and it didn't even generate any articles. Other bullshit did. I said they were even considering Halo multiplayer at one point. Didn't generate a single
It's because
article. Why?
when people think considering, they think it's just in the head. You're just talking about it. You're not doing any work. When actual business considering would include planning most of the time, because you have to see how it would work. How
am I going to plan this out? When should I do it? How much is it going to cost to develop it?
It's realistically, it's much of a muchness. Like you can plan all sorts of things. They may not happen. People forget that 4 years ago I said Sony was planning on bringing The Last Guardian and Gravity Rush to PC. That was going to be a couple of the first games coming. Did it ever happen?
Well, you just make
No.
things up or guess. So
Yeah.
Reddit's
It's just
just
funny that people latch on to shit that I'm wrong about and forget other stuff. Like that, I remember everything I'm right and wrong about. I remember it all because I've got it all
It's
in my
about
fucking OneNote.
feeding. It's about people feeding the narrative they want. And if you take something said some way, like even in the business of doing news, you have to give yourself wiggle room because people will look at certain things in the way that feeds how they already want to feel. Or like, well, I don't want Xbox go anywhere, so I'm pissed off that one game's coming. Because people talked about Hi-Fi Rush, I am fucking furious. And then a month later, we find out it's 4, but I've worked myself into such a lather about everything else that, 4? Oh, that's nothing. It's just 4. Who gives a shit? As long as it's not Starfield or Indiana Jones. It's like, well, you were losing
just
your mind
4
over 1.
For now.
Yes,
and it's just 4 for now.
It's a
this
4
experiment.
experiment,
Yeah.
which if it goes well, they're
Okay.
experimenting to see, is it worth it? Will we make enough money and not lose enough of our own business? Like, and if that happens, then yes, you do more. That's the whole point.
Just like in 2016, when not all games were coming to PC, wasn't all of them coming to PC.
Yeah, I mean,
remember, it's just Quantum Break and Rise,
worry
and
about
it's
it.
not all games coming to PC. It's just some. It's just a couple, like this 1 or 2. That's it.
yeah.
Where
like,
are we now? 6 years later? 7
Every
years
game
later?
comes on PC,
And it's one of the
PlayStation are
biggest-
following.
And it's one of the biggest perks of buying an Xbox game is you can just get it, and Xbox is everywhere, which John also used. And then people got mad and yelled clickbait, clickbait, clickbait. And then Tom Warren's thing came out about the internal memo, which Xbox is everywhere is their new internal motto.
is-
It's just
This is what drives me nuts, right? It's like there were so many. Like I was sitting there on Friday. So the reason I wasn't on last weekend was I was chilling with real life friends. All right, we were playing card games and stuff, and all of a sudden I got 15 DMs because Nate the Hate said it was fake or something like that. And everyone, have you seen this? And I was just like,
Nate the Hate, I think, unintentionally
Yeah,
pushed
he
us
didn't
under the
mean
bus. I don't think
this
he
is
was
fake.
intending to push us under the bus, but he kind of did, probably in a bit of a panic himself.
yeah, and whatever. But my source wasn't Nate the Hate source, right? So again, and I'm not going to go into details because I need to protect that particular individual. But I reported what I reported because I verified it. That's the end of the story, right? Like, if it happens, great. But I would also say to many Xbox fans out here who are dead set against it, if and I'll just picture this universe, if that article had never released, right, and it hadn't blown up to that degree, right, and I'm sure Microsoft are really, really angry at me, and personally, on a personal level, I feel terrible for the people that had to rush to meetings and jump around and have a horrible week in PR because they had to deal with everybody being horrible on Twitter. Because
I wouldn't be surprised if they literally had a meeting on the Sunday. Would not be surprised in the least.
And I as on a personal level, I feel bad, but like that's the job. Like, sorry, like I'm not in it for feelings.
there are
And on a
comments where
personal
people are
level,
like,
I don't care.
there are people who commented on your video are like, you're not doing anything to help Xbox. Like,
That's not my job, mate.
we're covering the
Like-
platform when there's negative for you, when there's positive. It's like, that's not supposed to matter. It's just you present what you believe to be the truth, like what you think you can know for sure as anything can be.
There's
Exactly.
there's a super chat. There's a super chat here from Kid Smooth for 1 second.
Go on.
Difference is Quantum Break was new still due to release, wasn't an old game to be ported to PC. Yeah, that's fine, but that doesn't change.
I think just
we were
to
saying.
elaborate, Hid Smooths, I think he's probably got the wrong end of the stick. So back before PC day and date releases for Xbox, Kid Smooth, Quantum Break was the first one, and everyone was like, "Oh, I don't like that." I think there's the famous Crap Gamer tweet, right? And Phil quoted him and was like, "So let me get this straight: you're not going to buy this game that you were really looking forward to because someone else on another platform gets to play it."
But isn't the principle ultimately the same? They start little and then grow big. That's ultimately the point I was trying to make.
In 2016, Phil was interviewed and said, "Not every game we make is going to go to PC." And now we are in 2024, and that is actually the case. Every game that Xbox makes releases simultaneously on PC. So yeah,
this fucking guy, I see Discord messages popping up.
We got roasted.
No, I watched his video. I must have missed where we copped it, but I was before the show briefly skipping through because someone tagged us. But I woke up to fucking DMs from Alex being a smartass. Fucking Wanderers videos. No, Wanderers. Warriors. You know the Warriors?
Mm-hmm.
And shit like that. Fucking smartass.
We've got a super chat as well from Don Johnston who says, I usually joke, but this is definitely not sick. One word has come to mind after everything's been said and done. Integrity, you have it. Thank you. Good job. I appreciate it. I've had a lot of horrible messages that I'm responsible for the death of Xbox. But my point is like in some way, like you're welcome. Right? Like, do you know what I mean? Like for those that are really in their feels about the console.
Hey,
wars.
Alex. We're okay being Batman for now. All right, Alex? We're okay being Batman. I mean, I've got the look. I could easily be Bruce Wayne. Fucking better looking than you, mate. See this haircut? Look at that. Look how it looks on me compared to you. Fucking Gronk.
He does have the same haircut as you. Now you mention
it.
Yeah,
I know. He copied my haircut. Yeah.
I can't blame him.
He copied it.
I can't blame him.
And I just see
it's an American haircut.
I see the
Whatever,
constant refrain of Phil himself said that they're not coming to other consoles. And it's like, he said when asked a pointed, directed, lawyer-approved question of, are Starfield and Indiana Jones part of these 4 that we are confirming today? He said no to that.
No,
he did not say, no, they will never. Because why would he ever say no, they will never? Which is the exact answer he gave to Tom Warren when Tom Warren asked him that question. Because there's no benefit in him ever committing to never moving something over. There's no tangible benefit at all for Xbox to do that. So he didn't. So no, he did not confirm it will never go anywhere.
And I think people that are really in their feels about this, like look at the industry, right? And there's loads of things we can bring into this. So we're just going to have to go with the flow here. The PlayStation financials released, right? And it's there in black and white. We have quotes from the interim CEO who's like, the console audience is this much and we fill it up every time and then we can never, ever, ever grow. So we need to start putting games on PC. Microsoft have already done that and their console platform can't grow anymore because PlayStation have cornered the market effectively and Nintendo, right? So they're kind of struck. And then they look at the PC. Though. Well, this is the argument, right? But this is why their business sense of making this experiment with 4 games is understandable. They've capped where they are. Then they've got the PC market, so they're seeing substantial growth there. But how do we make numbers go? Brrr? Well, okay. Well, we can take these games that are like 2 years old, 6 years old, and we can bring them to other platforms, and we can just make more money. What's wrong with that? And on that paper level, yeah, you're absolutely right. The problem comes into it is when console warriors get into their feels about it and they worry about what happens to the platform itself. And I understand the argument. If you start releasing everything everywhere, well, then why would people still buy an Xbox if they could buy the other console and they're willing to wait 6 years? I totally get it. But it's just video games. So like, don't get too upset about it. Your Xbox isn't going anywhere, and they've made that quite clear. And we'll get into some of the stuff that they discussed on the podcast. But yeah, like I don't have much more to say on it than that. They've said what they've said. We reported I reported what I reported. I still stand by the report. Tom Warren still stands by his. That's the end of the story. Anything else on that?
the problem is people are getting mixed up between like. I've seen people genuinely saying that, oh, you guys just made it up for clicks and blah, 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 blah. And it's like, I don't understand why we specifically would do something like that.
Yeah. Like
I'm trying to understand the logic. Like, so at the time, John didn't show me or even explain to me what he had gotten that made him confident enough to write the article. He has since now, just this morning, told me what he got to write the article, and I kind of understand it. I still personally myself may have held off, but at the same time understand why it looked quite definitive.
Yep.
What was happening, but the problem is words matter and plans change.
Yeah, and I hate that people then will immediately quote you and say, "Oh, plans change." Unfortunately, it's a horrible get out, but it's also very accurate. And you could argue that the releasing of that article and the uproar that it caused may have caused some plans to change. I don't know the future, but even now, it's not been definitively, no, they're never going to be ported ever. Quite pointedly, the opposite. Phil never would want to say that because you don't know what the industry is going to be like in a year's time or 2 years' time or 5 years' time. You know? But yes, there you go. And more to the point, outside of the one piece about Starfield, everything else in that report was freaking pretty accurate. Like, they're going to do a business update. They did. They planned it for it to be much later, but it's now. You know, all of the stuff is there. Hi-Fi Rush is coming. Sea of Thieves is coming. Pentiment is coming.
They didn't confirm the games.
They haven't confirmed the games, and I understand why. But I think it's like open secret now.
But you know what's funny? There's a bit of an irony. There's a bit of an irony about the fact that people are like, don't listen to rumors, don't listen to rumor mongers, but then everyone's accepting the 4 games that are coming based on the rumors.
It's because the initial rumors for a month that drove people nuts were 1 game. And then potentially 2.
My point is...
But they've forgotten that. Now they're just pretending like this only happened because of the Starfield thing. And well, that's not confirmed. So it's all was made up, even though it very clearly was not.
Magnum in the chat, why report on bad info? Magnum, who would report on info they know is bad? Like, if you see something and it's like showing you something that says, hey, this is happening or very, very likely to happen, how would you look at that, go, it's bad info, let's report on it?
Yeah, and what's come out, nothing has come out to make that bad info. Like, there literally hasn't actually been anything said by Xbox that would make it, yes, this is bad info. Because if the report was, it's definitely coming. But that's what I know, you're running to the people that, yeah.
Nate said his info was bad. That's what Nate said. Nate said his info was bad. And to this day, I still don't understand what Nate saw that made him 100% confident one day.
And then 5 days later.
Shit, this is wrong 5 days later. Like, this is the thing.
Nate didn't corroborate bad info. Nate had his own info, but it's not like him and John were sharing info. John had his own. Nate said he had also heard the same thing, but not from the same source. Like,
as I said last week with John not on, so many different people heard about Starfield from so many different sources. We had Mag tweet right under ours going, you bastards, I was going to talk about this on Colt's show.
Yeah.
So Mag had even heard it and he was ready to just put it out there. Like, a lot of people behind the scenes heard this. Probably didn't get what John got. They probably just heard it. Like, I hear stuff and get DMs and stuff like that. Me personally, I'm always open about where my info comes from. It's just fucking DMs. That's all it is. Yeah. It's rarely ever more than that. Rarely ever.
And I see, like, why hurt the brand we're all supposed to love? It's like, well, we're covering the brand. We are fans of using it, but when you get info you believe to be correct, and John still does, like, it's not about hurting or helping. It's about reporting. Like, you're just reporting this thing you heard, and you're trying to do your due diligence to make sure it's correct.
Like, and Magnum, please understand, XboxEra was formed because we felt, this group of people that you're watching right now felt that the industry didn't really cover Xbox fairly, reasonably, knowledgeably. So we came together to create an outlet for people that like to play on Xbox. That's why we exist, and we're funded by the very people watching us right now.
Yeah,
and to not be clickbait. We go look at our articles. We don't do clickbait articles ever. Right? There's no bullshit from us. So, like, don't paint us with a brush of, like, we're deliberately out there trying to hurt them. Like, put it from our point of perspective. If Microsoft go third party, do you think we're going to stay XboxEra? Like, do you think that that's what we're going to do?
We're going to go EA era or Bandai Namco era.
I don't understand about that. It's like, why would we want to make something up that would cause problems and would negate our need to exist?
Yeah,
I don't understand the logic train that people are on there.
What it has been is it started out people getting progressively more and more mad about Hi-Fi Rush and then Sea of Thieves, and then they heard about Starfield, and it's just like everything is a constant overreaction over and over again. And so now that it's not as bad, the overreaction overcorrects and goes in the complete opposite direction because they need to put that anger they feel out at anywhere except for themselves. for being
So
over the top.
Kids Move has followed up with another super chat. The community didn't implode until Starfield, Indiana Jones, Gears, and Halo was mentioned. We got over Hi-Fi Rush after the Xbox Direct, and that's probably a part of the reason some of this stuff leaks.
Yeah,
to get it out there, and so people accept it by the time it's announced. I don't know, but like,
oh yeah, no, controlled leaks are always a thing. Always.
Here's what I think happened. Because again, remember, it was weeks ago when I said even Halo multiplayer was under discussion. Again, not a single person mentioned it. No one noticed that I mentioned Halo weeks ago. But now, so what happened is because a pile-on started. So we reported on Starfield, and then Tom reported on Indy, and then others that had heard stuff for a while started going, well, yeah, shit.
Grub said about Gears, yeah.
Yeah, Grub said about Gears. Now, I don't know who mentioned Halo because Kids Move. I don't know if anyone else mentioned Halo. I mentioned Halo weeks ago, back when these rumors first started. I said, hey, they discuss these things all the time. They're always discussing things. It was back in 2021 when I got a DM saying they're talking about Halo multiplayer maybe on PlayStation. 2021, I got that DM. Never said a fucking thing, partially because of reactions like this. Because I'm like,
how about this reaction where it's like, it was never an overreaction from Brandon G in all caps. It was like, well, that reads like an
what
overreaction.
I'm saying is, at the time when I was told that, I was like, I ain't mentioning that because again, all they said was it's something they're discussing, it's something they're thinking about. So I'm like, there's no point throwing that fucking cat amongst the pigeons. I'm not even going to bother. And that was like 3 years ago now, 2 years ago, 2 years ago. I just think the pile-on happened. Once our article came out, then everyone else that had been hearing stuff jumped in and said, yeah, well, I've heard Gears, I've heard this, I've heard that, I've heard the other. And that's, I guess, why everyone collectively lost their shit.
They did not consider buying Nintendo. A few executives said to Phil, hey, why don't we buy Nintendo? And he very politely said, we can't. In that email chain. He's like, yeah, that would be a brilliant idea. I would love to. We can't, guys. It's not going to happen. We can't. They're not looking to be bought, and we would never be allowed to.
Yeah. I just randomly spotted someone in the chat, and I just want to take this opportunity to mention we're a completely community-funded outlet, and I love all of our Patreon support. Apparently I don't, according to one particular person, but I do really like them all. But if look, that's why XboxEra exists. We exist to be a good Xbox outlet. That's it. That's what we want to be. So yeah, if you enjoy what we do, patreon.com/XboxEra. But maybe wait until episode 200 because there's loads of really cool stuff coming. So
I mean, we've got Nate the Hate now, who's clearly going to have to go back and check some more info because he said Switch 2 is being revealed next month.
Yeah, but
now we're hearing
Q1
Switch 2 is delayed to Q1 2025, which I would argue probably means they ain't revealing it next month if it's not coming out for another year or more. My guess would be it looks like they're going to follow the Switch 1 pattern. The Switch 1 was revealed in October, released in March the following year.
You know what you could say about the Switch 2? It had been planned. Potentially for 2024.
And the plan it'd been considered.
Yeah, maybe.
Considered. They considered it by planning it and seeing how it would go. It's like, but that's, I also see, we've gotten so many people on Twitter saying, blocked, I'm blocking you. And then I'd look and it's it's a day or two later and they haven't blocked and they're still following. It's like, there's just so much posing and trying to be mad and joining the zeitgeist of hate. But they also like what we do and they don't actually want to block us. It's why we're up in subs. It's why we're up in Twitter follows. Like, despite what people say, it's like, that's not the community we've built, but that is that side of the console warring community has definitely been very loud lately, but those are not our regulars, and that's not the people we generally go for. We don't go for clickbait, console war, even the fun side of it. Like, you can say, like, Gaz is really funny about going at that stuff, but we're not funny enough, especially Nick. Like, my God, that guy, he's so dour. Look at his face. But yeah, on the whole, that's not our audience. We're not highbrow. It's just we try to fake being good and knowledgeable when we're all just idiots and volunteers.
Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, we've got 4 games.
So
Go on.
I
Sorry.
saw a comment from Mighty Guybrush. Don't shoot the messenger. Xbox bad messaging and corporate infighting is to blame. Well, like I said last week, I reckon there's people in Xbox that weren't happy about this, that leaked it all out to everyone. Too many people heard stuff all around the same time.
Yeah.
Way too many people behind the scenes. And there are certain people I've received DMs from that are not saying anything publicly, but they've sent me DMs going, yeah. We heard all this shit too. Like, there was clearly stuff leaking out for whatever reason. Is it possible that some of these people that were leaking shit, there was some malice behind it, even stuff that they were making up to sort of fan the flames? Who the fuck knows? I don't know. But clearly there was people leaking stuff internally that weren't happy about this. Because just way too many people heard stuff behind the scenes. Way too many.
Oh, that's a good super chat.
Trev G with the $10 super chat. We are dealing with people who are used to seeing takes and grabs thrown out on a whim. So they assume 6 take was the same, despite XboxEra having a history of being the exact opposite. Yeah, there's that too. And everyone's just used to seeing out of context clips on Twitter and all that sort of shit.
It's look, and that's the thing. Like, none of us went to fucking journalism school. And if there's one takeaway I can get, and I said it earlier in the show, but for people that maybe just joined, I agree. I wished I'd not used the word planned, even though the definition is perfectly fine. In real human terms, I can totally understand. Planned means definite. I totally get it.
It's like the word literal, where people misused it so much that it doesn't actually mean literal anymore. The definition for that word has changed because of common usage.
So that's a fair point, but that's the only one I'll concede. Other than that, I want to actually get into the meat and potatoes of the podcast.
Delicious.
That Xbox put on. Got to say, really, really solid masterclass in. I guess and I don't disagree with anything that they've done, by the way, but winning everyone back with laying it out pretty black and white, more or less. But with enough wiggle room.
Black and white. You made it sound, you committed to a few things, but you didn't commit to them forever, and you didn't commit to them nearly as stringently as people will take them. So it's the art of we're going to do these 4. It's just an experiment. Please don't hold us to doing more. But also, if these go well, we're going to do more. Like, it's double speak in the you're being honest, you're not lying, because you don't have those plans right now. And so you are telling the truth. You do not plan to do more than these 4 now, but you also have to admit that, if these go really well, why wouldn't we do more? Because doing well is going to be not just making money, but not pissing off our audience and not hurting our platform. So it is that masterclass, and why business people are so well paid is because they can make you feel like they said what you wanted to hear, even though they did not actually say all of it.
They say what they need to say, when they need to say it, and the way they need to say it.
Yeah,
that's part of their job.
Yeah, it is.
It's part of their job.
She
said, Tina said, is Starfield or Indie one of the 4 games?
No, it's not. I was even surprised to hear that immediately called out, but I was like,
but it was because they did it in that specific way.
That was a shout out to us and Tom.
Yeah. the senior leadership team going.
They're not confirmed.
Fuck you for our Sunday meeting. Fuck you for making us have a meeting on Sunday.
Yeah.
I also see people in chat are like, they've also taken off Game Pass from web pages, and but that actually happened when Game Pass Core hit, because you don't get those in Game Pass Core, so they move it down, so they make it clear it's only in these Game Passes and not Core.
Yeah,
and it's funny, Mr. Hipshot is going, why is no one coming at the Game Pass day 1 going away, bros? Now, I don't know, but this is the thing, Mr. Hipshot. That's all the rumors that was going around. This is what I'm saying. So much stuff was going around, and I think there was people internally that just wanted to blow it all up because they weren't happy about what was going on. No, we didn't report on that, but I saw those rumors too. Yeah, I saw those rumors too. And because I'm telling you now, there were people internally just not happy about this. And they're like, nah, fuck this. We're going to blow all this up. Let's
It is
get
funny.
it all out there.
Sweekabrood's like giving the good question is, have Starfield and Indiana Jones been considered? Which would be a good, you can't avoid it question, which is why they would never ask that in their corporate fluff video. Like, this isn't hard-hitting journalism. This is them questioning themselves to do PR. It's like, it's not journalism.
PR
Tina Meany
exercise.
doesn't.
Well, the way
do
you could
literally
answer
what
that
it
is, no, they've not been considered for these 4.
Yeah.
That's the way you'd answer it, which is still technically true. But, you know, Phil did an interview with Tom Warren at The Verge afterwards. You know, they followed on this point, right? I
Never
think
say never.
Tom
Never
was
say
a little
never.
bit. Tom was a little bit more direct with it. And I'll read it out ad verbatim. I've got it on the screen. Tom Warren, you mentioned that Starfield and Indiana Jones aren't part of the 4, despite the rumors. But will those ever come to PS5? Can you rule that out? And Phil said, I don't think we as an industry should ever rule out a game going to any other platform. We're focused on these 4 games.
We as an industry.
Mm-hmm.
Not we as Xbox. We as an industry.
Like, that's it. That's all I'm going to say on that. You know, and then like all of this happened, and if you watched the Thursday night reveal, it was interesting. It was our biggest live stream ever. We had like 3,000 people watching.
2896, I believe.
Yeah. But they did this, and then I put together a video afterwards, and I think you mentioned this earlier, right? And I was aware of the internal memo, right? And the buzzword, Xbox is everywhere, right? Every screen. We've seen some of it come out beforehand. So I used that as a title, and it was like, Xbox is going everywhere, but just a little bit, baby steps, you know? And people were in the comments on YouTube, you ruined Xbox, you've damaged the brand.
Or this is a clickbait title, they said over and over again. And then I linked
Like,
them Tom Warren's article of Xbox is everywhere, which is their own internal motto, and none of them ever responded. Because it's like, yeah, it's not clickbait. It's literally what they said.
I don't understand. Didn't you see the reporting from, was it the Washington Post? That was like, oh, Sarah Bond said in the town hall, every screen is an Xbox.
Yeah.
Well, what do you think that is? That's Xbox is everywhere. Every screen is an Xbox.
And they talked about it, how Phil talked about how to grow in gaming, you can either try and take from the small pool that is there now, or it's a large pool, but from the pool that is there now, you can try and pull people away from their other preferred platforms, or you can try to find new people. And they chose the latter because the former isn't working, as we found out with Sony's financials. There's one Nintendo. Yeah, but it works for them because they come, and even Nintendo, and I was talking with this for John and Ursel on the co-stream, Nintendo had an incredible handheld and an incredible console with the Wii and the DS. And then they had the Wii U, which was a massive flop, and the 3DS, which did okay, but nowhere near the DS. And so to compensate, they combined their 2 different consoles. They had home, they had mobile. The only reason the Switch has been so big is because they combined the 2 things they already had. But even then, it hasn't grown their business more. It just got them back to where they used to be when they had the thing split. And they have really good software attach rates. But like Sony has terrible software attach rates because they pull in more casuals who just buy a game or 2 or do free to play. Xbox actually has way more attach rate, but just an overall smaller audience on console, so they're looking to where they can grow.
Well, do they have attach rate? We don't know the sales.
We don't, but they also touched on some of that. So Sarah Bond said things around we have like the most engaged audience on any was it on any console or ever for Xbox? I can't remember which.
She said ever, which leaves it open, and you can just assume it's for Xbox.
Fair enough. But there was some good bits in there as well, you know, beyond business speak. So, I mean, we've also heard lots and lots of rumors. They're out there already. Are we reporting on them? No, because guess what? We can't verify them. If I get to a point where I can verify them, or if Nick can get to a point where we verify them, then of course we're going to report on it because that's what we do. But there's talks about next-gen hardware, and I think they were quoted as saying next-gen biggest technical leap
leap.
I'm very curious.
Again,
how that's
choosing words carefully, choosing words very, very carefully. Biggest technical leap, not performance leap, not freaking whatever leap. And again, if all the rumors are true, because remember how I'd spoken about how Mag and I heard similar things. We heard that there's going to be a dockable portable and an under-the-box console.
Yeah.
That are supposed to be the same spec. So that would be a technical leap if they can get the exact same spec into a dockable, but that's also reasonably powerful, I assume, because they could do the same spec in 2 weak things. Now, that's easy.
Here's a question for you, and for everyone in the chat. Let us know your thoughts. There was lots of talk of the FTC leak and hardware that was planned, and it's no longer happening because plans change. Last time they released hardware, they showed off Scorpio 18 months before it released, which was the Xbox One X, right?
Yes. Now, but there was a reason for that. That was a marketing...
Of course.
Part of that was a marketing exercise because they were getting belted by the PS4 in the digital foundries and Xbox, it's a 720 box, 900p, blah, 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 blah. So they got ahead of that by 18 months and said, hey, no, we've got something that's super powerful coming.
Yeah, don't worry, kids.
So I don't know if this is
this is my question.
Same thing.
When they talking about this later on this year, is that a later on this year for release, later on this year mid-gen refresh, or is this because we're talking biggest technical leap ever? Are they talking the next generation and they're going to do an 18 months? We're talking 2026 here.
No. I took the two things as two different things. So I interpreted it as
I did too.
Sarah saying that at the end of this year, we're going to see some new hardware. So my assumption immediately went to the digital Series X and new controller. That's where my mind went straight away. The technical leap was referring to the next Xbox.
Gotcha. Okay.
That's how I interpreted it. But, that's the point of PR speak and double talk. That's the whole point. They leave themselves out for when stuff changes or when something else happens. That's the whole point. But I interpreted it that way.
Yeah.
Myself.
Okay. Be interesting to see what happens with all of these rumors and things. Matt Booty said that there are 10 games releasing this year.
10
releases. Do they count like DLC?
Yeah,
does DLC updates in this?
Yeah. He literally said the expansion for Diablo.
Yeah, so we have Senua's Saga, Hellblade 2, Indiana Jones, expansion for Diablo, the expansion for Starfield, Shattered Space.
WoW's expansion, Towerborn.
Yeah, Towerborn, Flight Sim.
Indie.
Yeah, I mentioned Indie.
Oh, did you?
I think we know. So
Call
it
of
could
Duty.
be, but he did, and he also said there's things they haven't announced, and they'll announce in the other thing that we'll talk about, which is the June showcase. So I think 10 was like the baseline, but it could be more. Type of leaving it open to interpretation thing.
Yeah, and we've got the June showcase to look forward to. That's going to come around before you know it. We've got Gamescom to look forward to, and
kind of dread
Diablo 4 is coming to Game Pass March 28th. So the Activision Blizzard.
It's so funny. Like the day before that business update, got a DM from my usual guy that gives me the shows, and he said to me, I think this is a nothing burger. He's like, all they're talking about is 4 games being ported. They're not mentioning the games. They're talking about Diablo coming to Game Pass in March. They're talking about the biggest technical leap ever for their next Xbox.
There's a lot of sugar there to help the medicine go down.
All of that in a DM the day before the business update. Got all of that in a DM.
Wow.
I was like, same guy that said Visions of Mana, and I didn't believe him with Visions of Mana, and I should have learned my lesson then.
Yeah. There you go.
I think next time he DMs me about a show, no matter how outrageous what I read is, I'm just going to say it. I'm just going to say it.
I think there's going to be a game called 33 Immortals. I don't know why. I just think it.
Yeah. I'm just going to say it, no matter how bad, good, outrageous, crazy, boring, whatever it is.
Just go out on a limb. Just say it out loud. Say it out loud.
Yep.
Yep. Yeah. What else we got? They all confirmed 34 million Game Pass subs, and I think the
It
Verge
is everything.
digging on
Yeah,
this.
it's everyone.
It includes Xbox Core.
Because I don't think live was very big anymore, which is kind of why they just changed it. Because from the sounds of it, it's like most people had probably just had just converted already to Game Pass because Xbox Live was stupid.
Yeah.
I don't understand the numbers, though. Like, they were reportedly at between 20 and 25 Game Pass before the blending with gold. How did they then only go up to 34 blending with gold?
Phil said it was a very small number when asked if it was if it fudged things for the 34 million. He was like, nope, it's 34 million paid subs, not promo deals or anything. 34 million paid subs. So I also wonder, does that count people who have
then?
Does that count people who have stacked time too? I'm curious about that.
Because
Like,
if that's 34 million, if that's 34 million paid subs, does that mean that the $1 people might make it 6 million? Another 6 million? And they're at 40 with the $1 people? What does that mean?
I don't know.
Again, they don't tell you what you need to know.
I remember thinking to myself, there can't be that many people on gold anymore. Because everyone's like, they're never going to get rid of gold because gold makes too much money. And I'm like, I doubt there's that many people on gold anymore. They'd all be on Ultimate.
Yeah.
They'd all be on Game Pass Ultimate.
I imagine, and they probably just lost a lot like PlayStation did because PlayStation stopped reporting their numbers because they started just going down. And at that point, it's like, oh shit, we shouldn't make that a metric we care about anymore. And Phil talked about it, like, why is Game Pass growth not a metric for Satya? It's because it's sustainable, it's healthy, it pays for itself, it makes us money, but it's stagnant. It's not going to grow.
But why not keep it as a target for him?
Because they have other things that they want. Because the targets for him are growth, and if they don't expect
do
that
something
area
to grow it.
But they're not looking to grow it because it is flat. They are looking at the areas they can grow, which are the player engagements on PC and mobile and stuff. Like they know their numbers more than you. If it made sense, they'd do it. Like that is the stuff you can just look at that and say, okay.
I don't buy that. I don't buy that. They haven't put ABK into Game Pass yet. They haven't even really properly attempted to grow the console base yet because we know they screwed up signing too much shit to xCloud.
It's just it's a CEO bonus. It's not that important.
That's right. So make him work for it.
They are in the things that can make them a lot more money. That's what they're focused on.
I don't know, man.
It's an interesting.
So basically, his bonus will be based on the stuff that's easy to achieve. So he can keep getting
it's
his
hard.
bonus.
It's the important stuff, and it's hard, and it's always a moonshot. Like it's always a moonshot to get to because it's the thing you really want to push. They're not really pushing Game Pass constant growth as much. They're happy with where it's at. Essentially, if they could make it 5 times bigger, they'd be all about it. But
I know where Nick's brain's going with this. You're like, hang on, if you want to go Game Pass grow, lock it up. Lock it up.
Well, yeah, like I said, as I've said all along, regardless of my opinion on all these things, my feelings have been the same all along. Like, I just find the whole concept stupid. That they haven't really genuinely bothered to try and grow the console base, thereby growing the Game Pass install base. Like, I just find it.
I'm with you.
Odd.
But I think they're looking at it as okay. And I think it's Grub. I'm quoting. Apologies, Mr. Grub, if I paraphrase your quote incorrectly. But it's effectively like they have been trying to grow that console base again since 2013, and it's not worked
because they keep doing it wrong.
Regardless of that, from their perspective, I know you would do things differently. But from their perspective and all of their experts and as a business...
And looking at Sony's financials, how worth it is to grow that console base.
Effectively, they're saying that the stack of possibles that we can get to buy our console is only this, and it will never be more than this, 100 million, let's say. That's it.
I think it was about 2. It is, though, Nick. It's been there for 30 years almost.
Agree. I just don't agree. I don't agree with it.
I get it, but let me finish. They're so entrenched in a market where their 2 other key competitors, Nintendo and Sony, are so entrenched that they are almost unassailable. Now, you could say, well, lock it up, ladies and gentlemen. Call of Duty is exclusive to Xbox. Congratulations, casuals. If you want to play your favorite franchise, you're going to have to buy one. The end. But from their perspective, the damage to the brand and telling all of that community that play on other consoles, go fuck yourselves, spend more money, is not worth the loss of revenue against the bet that they might win.
But it's short-term pain for long-term gain. They're going the other way. They're going the other way. They're going short-term gain for long-term pain.
I think,
like, isn't that how Sony became an 100 million selling console every single fucking generation? By telling everyone else to go get fucked, we're buying all your games off you? That's how they killed, that's part of how they killed the Saturn. They were like, nah, fuck ya. We're buying Tomb Raider. No more on Saturn.
I don't disagree.
Nah, fuck ya.
I don't disagree.
We're buying Resident Evil. Then they went to Nintendo
with why
and
they're
said,
doing it.
Fuck you too. We're buying Final Fantasy. Sony just went over to everyone and said, nah, we're going to buy all these games and lock them up.
Yeah,
but
it's
it was also
not worth great for them.
It's in a different world.
What do you mean? They sold 100 million PS1s. They went and sold 150 million PS2s.
Yeah, you
they
just keep seeing big numbers and go, ooh.
Well, this is the thing, Nick. It's a different world. We're talking 20 years ago, 30 years ago in some instances, right? And in that more unregulated, where nothing was scrutinized, the Digital Markets Act didn't exist. You didn't have the EU threatening to break up companies and force stores and other stores and all of this sort of stuff. Microsoft are a $3 trillion company. They can't do what was acceptable 10, 20, 30 years ago. They just can't. Like, I don't disagree with your point. It's clearly a proven market tactic that works. But even then, the growth is only still this stack of people.
But I think, you know why I think it would work for Microsoft? I'll happily explain myself. There's a reason I think it'll work for Microsoft.
It's a good discussion.
Sony and Microsoft have the opposite problem to each other. And it's been that way for a long time. Sony knows how to grow an install base, and they know how to make their install base super passionate. Don't say no. They keep selling over 100 million consoles.
But they're not growing this generation. They're actually losing install base.
They know how to grow an install base. They know how to play the game. They know how to do all that. But you know what Sony's bad at? Getting money out of that install base.
Yeah.
Right? Microsoft's got the opposite problem. Microsoft wouldn't fucking know shit how to sell consoles, but goddamn do they know how to get money out of every fucking last stone. They know how to squeeze blood from a stone, Microsoft. So they've got the opposite problem. So I think Sony's tactics could work for Microsoft, because then you've blended both. You're using those tactics to grow your install base, and you can now flex your ability to squeeze blood from a stone and get all that money out of them.
Yeah, but look at the scrutiny that Microsoft went through just trying to buy Activision Blizzard. And from their perspective, Activision Blizzard has now put them in, second place in terms of gaming revenue, or third place? I can't remember. Tencent, Sony, Tencent, Microsoft.
I think it's Tencent, Sony, Microsoft, by the last quarter.
But they're also now, and think about this, real terms, rewind 10 years, this wasn't the case. Microsoft have more studios than any other company in gaming. Still can't put out a lot of games yet. Well, I think 2023 was the beginning, right? And we're still experiencing that in 2024. Let's see.
2021 good, 2022 bad, 2023 good.
Sony is having their 2022 now, right?
2 years
to the point where they've openly come out and said, we're not releasing anything major.
Sony has been building towards Microsoft's 2022 for a long time. I remember getting clipped like 2 years ago when I was like, Sony's basically only making 1 or 2 games a year, and people clipped it and said, oh, look where we are, dickheads. Yeah, like I couldn't see the writing on the wall about Sony not making any fucking games. I kept saying you can't keep spending hundreds and millions of dollars on these games and only selling 6 million, 7 million, 10 million. This shit costs money, and it takes a long time to make.
Yep.
If you people want your fucking moving grass and your exploding fruit, that shit takes time and it costs a lot of money. So that's why we're now down to 1 game, 2 games a year from Sony. And please stop with the disingenuous, but they've got Rise of Ronin and they've got... You didn't count any of that fucking shit in 2022. You didn't count As Dusk Falls. You didn't count Pentiment. You didn't count any of those games in 2022. So why are you all counting this shit now for Sony?
We did miss a stupid chat. It was deleted. Bullshit. But we had a very stupid chat from Blind Right who says, Jesse hurts the channel. He should be a strictly off-camera reviewer only. He's unlikable and entirely charmless. His output should be limited to game reviews. Play to his limited strength. Go fuck yourself. Have a nice day.
Yeah.
I agree, Blind Riot. I was opposed to Jesse being on camera when we had that discussion. I said I like Jesse being the voice of God.
You
and
like
just
him
being
because
God
you're the
being on
only
camera.
person he hasn't shit on.
Yeah,
the three
you're
of
the
us.
you're the anchor for the outlet. He
Yeah, you
told
just
me
go
that
away.
I don't like any of our patrons, and I think they're all jerks. So
There. I said
yeah,
goodbye
but
to
did-
Blind Ride for you,
but-
John. He's
yeah,
gone.
But
See you
did I
later,
not
Blind
say? I said, hold on, I'm being truthful now. Did I not say I like Jesse as the
You
voice
really
of God
like
and
the
I didn't
voi-
want him
yeah.
on camera?
You
I
really
said
like the
it.
voice
I
of God thing, yes. But it's funny because people actually watching don't like the voice of God. They find it distracting when someone starts talking and they can't
Really?
see them. Yeah. For audio, it's fine. But for video, like when someone just starts talking but you can't see them, it can be off-putting.
Yeah, and I want to pause for a minute because that was hilarious. So thank you for that, Jesse. That was very cathartic. We had a super chat pre the show. Super chat.
Yes.
What am
I was
talking-
about to. I was
Super
about to
chat
go to
pre
the.
show.
I was
Super
about to go to the soup. I was about to go to the super shite just now.
Oh, I can't show it on stream. I feel bad. It's just off the
Jordan.
app now.
Jordan White had a very big super chat before the show even started. Do Ms.
ledge.
Bond's words about hardware confuse anyone else? Share this holiday equals announce not release. If mid-gen announcement, too close to have a 2026 gen console. If next-gen announcement for 2026 seems way too early. Yes, I wish we fucking brought that up when we were talking about it before.
Yeah, and I do think if it is earlier, if it's 2026, it's because they're just gonna be more expensive. Like if you have an under the TV box and you have a handheld, and you can just make the under the TV box more expensive.
Look,
and you've got your trickery for your DLSSs and your FSRs to really push frame rates and resolutions without having to go crazy with power draw and stuff. Like that is a huge technological leap. Look, you can do 1080p 60 in this handheld for a reasonable price, and you can get your 4K 120 on console more often because we're using all of these tricks that the GPUs on PC have to use now to do that stuff. So that would be a huge technological leap, not a base power draw.
that's why they chose that word. I reckon that is why they chose that word.
And even on PC, you're pulling like 450 watts to get that performance. It's crazy.
I get so warm playing games with my PC running everything at full tilt. So,
and I will say, Jordan, like I personally don't mind the longer generations myself, but I will say shorter generations are fine if you have your full backwards compatibility. I'm okay with short generations if backwards compatibility remains intact.
Rolling and you don't have to rebuild all the time. It's just
I actually find it super interesting. Like if Microsoft's general mantra is, okay, the stack is this big and it's not going to grow. Well, we also know that stack is super hardcore. Like the 30 million consoles we've sold or whatever, they're super hardcore mostly. So, well, why don't we give the super hardcore what they want, right? So you've got the ridiculous box that goes under your TV, but we'll also give the super hardcore that mobile segment that can walk around and utilize those tricks to have a similar handheld experience. And to your point, Nick, it's not so much like you've got to go rebuy your games anymore. We're Xbox. We've always done backwards compatibility right. Always. Here's your life, your experience just continues, but you've got all of this extra grunt. Like
he added a little clarification for his point too.
Oh, go on. What did he add?
No, I meant, isn't it too early to announce something that is coming out 2 years later?
Yeah, I responded to him on Twitter. They announced Project Scorpio 18 months before.
Yeah.
So it could be way in advance. And he did have another super chat too.
Yes, I know. It's the smartphone model. Yeah. Microsoft's literally just taking this. But if you think you get a new iPhone every year, almost all your apps remain compatible. The iOS, the OS itself evolves a little bit with each new release. Blah blah. It's just the smartphone model, and again, I'm okay with it as long as BC stays.
Yeah.
The reason
and they've
I
got
had
the
an
much
issue
better
with,
setup for that than their competition does.
And the reason I had so many issues with shorter gens previously was because no one gave a shit about backwards compatibility. Nintendo didn't. Sony stopped caring until Microsoft made them both care again. with the 360 and the OG BC. Because remember, Nintendo and Sony had completely stopped giving a fuck. Sony went from one end to the other. Sony went from, the PS3 is everything. And that's, again, why is the PS3 my favorite PlayStation?
Yeah.
That's the one that was a great platform. They had cross-buy back then. They had cross-save back then. They had, it was a great media player. They had full backwards compatibility with PS1 and PS2. Isn't that consistent with how I work? That's why the PS3 is my favorite PlayStation. And then Nintendo were just all over the shop because the Wii played GameCube games. Then the Wii U played Wii games, but not the GameCube, oddly, even though the Wii was really just a GameCube in a different shell. But then the Switch abandoned all of it and just said, here, we didn't sell any Wii U's, so rebuy all your Wii U games. Because the first year or two of the Switch was just Wii U games. That was pretty much all it was. So I'm fine with short gens if backwards compatibility remains intact. I'm okay with 2026. I'm okay with it.
I'm absolutely fine with it. I always feel as well, COVID, I hate talking about COVID because everyone hated those, the before times and the after times, right? But it was such a spanner in the works, the monkey wrench of all monkey wrenches to really just screw everybody.
Some dealt with it better than others. Some dealt with it better than others.
But so much of creating games is such a collaborative in-person process, and to suddenly have all of those things change and still have to try and keep the schedules up, I think it really hurt where things were going to land and the plan, because planned, you have a plan, but then things change. Anyway.
A couple more super chats. Alvin, with all the questions Phil's getting, I hope Journos ask Sony if Wolverine is day one on PC in light of the CEO statements and other future titles. Alvin, that's not going to fucking happen.
Come on, Alvin.
That's not going to fucking happen, mate. Have a look at Helldivers, yeah? So Helldivers is having the opposite effect to Starfield and Redfall. So Helldivers didn't get review codes early. And they were all apparently okay with that. Not with Suicide Squad, but they're totally okay with it with Helldivers 2. And now that Helldivers 2 is getting all this amazing buzz, all these late reviews are coming in now. IGN's 9. Don't worry about all the bugs that it's happening and the server issues that Helldivers 2 has. Nah, it's a 9 because gameplay rules, doesn't it now? All of a sudden, gameplay rules all. And it doesn't matter about anything else. It's a 9. Yep. 100% it is a 9.
Like, we have friends like One Bad Mother who used to be like, if they just put out good games, the media will come around. And I think it's very much proven that's not changing. These are people who grew up loving these two platforms and not being on this one and even not even being on PC. So they just end up looking at their preferred platform they loved when they grew up, and it just always gets different coverage, and that's not going away until they age out or all get hired by companies, which, like, you can look at the guy who used to post a PlayStation podcast on IGN. He now works at Naughty Dog. Like, until that cycle keeps going and those people who got into games coverage to try and get into games making age out or hire out, it's just going to be the same thing.
It's funny. For a long time before we did this, I really wanted to get into level design, and be a level designer. Funny enough, for Halo, and I won't say that I didn't try multiple times. Right, one, the likelihood of them willingly employing someone remotely over here in the UK is it's probably not going to happen. Right, like I can live with that. But when I worked on Forge, one of the big things that popped into my head and I started to realize was, as cool as it is getting that sneak peek behind the curtain, making games is an arduous experience, and working on something that is fundamentally broken more often than not is really not fun. And it kind of took the magic out of it a bit for me. Like, I love playing those finished products where you plug it in and you have that experience and it's really cool and you have fun with your friends. Making the sausage or making the pie, not so much for me. Which is why I vastly prefer where we've ended up, which is doing this. So it's all good. It's all good. But I get it why a lot of that's happening. But I don't think you're ever going to see this industry change. Like, no, I think I made a point a few videos ago of one of my talking to the camera videos. 80% of third-party reviews are always on PlayStation. They always skew higher. Always.
And don't get me wrong. I said it at the state of play. I'm like, Helldivers looks fun.
It does. It looks great.
I still plan on buying it as soon as John gives me that money. I'm planning on
I'll talk to you about that afterwards.
on
There's a
buying
process.
buying Helldivers 2. The game looks fun. But even I can see to my fairly experienced eye that it ain't no 9 out of 10. I've seen all the server issues. I've seen all the bugs. I've seen all that stuff's okay. I don't, unless something is seriously game breaking, bugs don't bother me that much. Half the time, they're just hilarious.
Yeah, same.
So this isn't, my thing is just, for me, this isn't about having a dig at Helldivers 2. I think Helldivers 2 looks great, and I plan on buying it. I'm just saying, look at the patterns. Because everyone got caught up in all the hype of Helldivers 2, and, it's exclusive to a certain platform, all of a sudden the late reviews
are
just
Is it truly
glowing.
Exclusive, though? You can't have an exclusive as well on PC. I've been told for years.
Glowing, all the late reviews. But, once people started seeing the Starfield hate train, all the late reviews, all of a sudden, all these 6s and 7s, and, it's just... Call it whatever the fuck you want, man. The pattern's there in front of you. You can either choose to ignore it or choose to acknowledge it. It's obviously totally up to you.
Yeah.
For me, it's not about the individual games. I don't like Starfield, so I don't give a shit about whether people give it bad reviews or not. I don't care. I'm not interested in it. It looks boring as fuck to me. But I'm seeing the pattern for what it is. I'm just seeing it, calling it as I see it. There's another super chat, Jordan White. This is a great segment right now. I'm about to go grab a bag of popcorn while you all go back and forth.
We haven't even talked about most of the. We still have some stuff I think we haven't said in the show, have we? Man, it's been...
there's one really. We're talking about the media right now, so I feel like this is a good segue. Following the business update podcast special edition Doohickey What's It, Engadget came out with a whopper of an article with
I'd
Microsoft.
show it, but I don't want people to harass
exit
the writer.
the console business.
Why keep losing a hardware war you believe is about to end?
It was reading. It was, and I don't have any problem with the author, in general. They mainly write for Engadget to talk about Xbox. It just really read like a piece that would be a very bad Resetera post. Just don't actually know what the division is. I don't know. It was weird.
It was a really strange
Hold on,
piece.
what? So kids move with another super chat. Why Xbox marketing is not good? Sorry, mate, you're going to have to clarify what you mean by that.
Why isn't Xbox marketing any good? I think that's an opinion and a question at the same time.
Hopefully, I don't know, but kids
clarify.
move.
I don't know. Super chat, but just clarify in the chat.
Kids move. A couple of things. Just please clarify, just with a regular chat, what you mean. And B, I don't know how long you've been watching our show for, but my catchphrase is Microsoft don't get it. I've been saying it for many, many years.
I tell you what, though. I whether they've let half of that team go now, I'm not sure if they were ones of that were affected by the layoffs that Microsoft did at the beginning of the year. But Activision Blizzard do a pretty good job of marketing games, right? I think you would agree with that.
They spend a lot of money, yes.
They spend a lot of money, right? So I wonder if that department is kind of still going to be gunning for it with Microsoft.
I think
maybe that will change.
Across the industry, you're going to see less giant marketing spends because it is a humongous part of games budgets. Like Immortals of Avium, people quote 125 million when it was actually a good percentage of that was just marketing. A huge percentage of Spider-Man's budget was marketing. It's not even just the making the game.
Suicide Squad for marketing, because that thing went crazy with Warner Brothers.
Mm-hmm. It's just, and what you're seeing with most is they are trying to streamline. And Xbox does a lot of TikTok and Zoomer focused marketing that won't hit us, that we're not used to. But I've had my kids both say to me before, we just get so many freaking Game Pass ads on TikTok and stuff. And it's they are heavily focused on where is our money going to do best for us. And sometimes traditional marketing is just not the best thing for a particular product. Palworld has been pushed at younger kids a lot, I know.
Yeah, but I mean, look at Helldivers. But look at Helldivers 2 is a great example, right? That sometimes these companies get it wrong and misjudge. I don't think Sony expected Helldivers 2 to be this much of a hit.
Their marketing was more directed. Like, it wasn't the big spend. It was, let's get a bunch of influencers and streamers to cover it, and it worked really well. Like, people saw
and
just
it made
how
a
fun
couple
it
of
is.
appearances at State of Plays as well. Made a couple of appearances, and it sold me on the latest State of Play. Sold me on it. It looked really, really fun. But I don't think, and this is what I mean. Bungie's apparently there to give them advice, yeah. So why didn't Bungie advise them to increase server capacity? Where was Bungie there? They were cancelling Last of Us Factions. Where were they on Helldivers 2?
Half the time, it just comes down to it's if you can properly prognosticate what is and isn't going to be a hit, you're worth trillions of dollars, because it's so hard to figure out.
Like, you're muted.
Sometimes I feel like I wouldn't be able to do that. Like Palworld, if someone had given that to me and said, "Is this going to be a hit?" I'd be like, "I am bored as fuck." I'd be completely wrong on that regard.
Like if you, it can't be what you think is going to be good. It's
that's right.
It's that magic pill of what is going to hit some group.
And when you're doing this for a full-time job, you're going to take a little bit more time to really
dig in,
digest it, break it down. And there's factors, yeah? So if Palworld had only released on Xbox and Game Pass, would it still be the hit it is?
No.
That's a good question. Probably not. Same with Helldivers. If Helldivers hadn't released on Steam, would it still be the hit it is? So we could get all
these concurrent Steam player articles out of it.
Yes. I feel like, and this is why Day One on PC makes sense.
Yeah.
Like I would argue.
Well, even when Palworld came out, we eventually got a split. I don't remember what it was, but it was very surprising.
7.
Yeah, it was still really big on Xbox. So definitely bigger. The more the games it's the thing they're talking about now. The more places games are, the better. But we have no idea what Helldivers is doing on PS5. I hope they come out with that at some point, because I'm sure it's doing really well.
Kid Smooth did clarify with capital letters. Xbox is yelling at me, which is understandable. Everyone yells at me, mate. Xbox doesn't advertise Xbox, Game Pass, or their major games outside of Twitter and Xbox dashboard.
Well, Starfield was everywhere.
I don't know if I 100% agree with that. I just think that I'm going to try and not get my frustration out right now and try and be as measured as I can be. I think Microsoft is still learning. That's corpo speak, yeah?
Yeah.
Microsoft is still learning how to best market certain things. Like you're saying Xbox doesn't advertise Xbox Game Pass or their major games outside of Twitter and dashboard. That the only reason I know that's factually incorrect is because I've walked around shopping centers here that have those live the screens with ads on them, and I've seen Game Pass ads on them everywhere in major shopping centers here in Melbourne, and the Australian market is tiny, and yet they've done that here. So I can only imagine what they've done in the US.
The Persona 3 Reload push for Game Pass was very big.
But again, at the same time, Smooth, I will say that you could argue that's an error of judgment on Microsoft's part, because the regular Joes, the mums and dads and stuff that are walking through these shopping centers are seeing that ad and it means nothing to them. It probably means nothing. Like, I see those ads and I say, oh, look, Game Pass ad. I know Game Pass. But to the mum and dad that's just walking through the shopping center, they see that ad and it kind of probably means nothing to them.
We said this a couple of weeks ago. Like, do you remember the whole PC, I'm a PC, I'm an iMac ads that Apple and Microsoft used to do against each other, right? Like, you almost need one, like, in a video game retail store with a parent buying games for the blue console or something and paying 70 and then just picking up on a conversation about what Game Pass actually does and is, right? Although, like, the parents are talking and spending money and the kids are talking and I've got 400 games. I only have to pay $9.99. It needs something as simple and like as that. But
No, I know, but I still think that they're not understanding or still learning what should go where. Like that sort of advertising in the shopping center, because you got to think about it from a marketing and advertising perspective, and even from a design perspective. How is this ad being viewed? Someone's just walking past it for 4 seconds.
yeah.
So
What's
you
it
got to
do?
think about it from that perspective. You're Xbox. You're not PlayStation and you're not Nintendo, right? You're not the mainstream choice. So why are you putting your Game Pass ads? And Game Pass needs an explanation to people that don't know what Game Pass is. So why are you putting your Game Pass ad on a screen in a shopping center that someone's walking past for 5 seconds? What are they going to get out of that ad? What about that ad in the 5 seconds that they took to walk past it is going to explain Game Pass and convince them to get in there?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So
Exactly.
that's where I kind of agree with Kids Move in that they still don't quite know what they're doing.
They're very focused on Twitch and TikTok, from what I can see, which are places where there are people who are interested in games but do trend casual. And it is a thing where they are then locked into seeing your ad, not just walking by it, not paying attention. Like it's playing. And unless you pay money for Twitch Nitro or pay for subs on the channel, it's just being thrown at you all the time when you're watching people you like. So and I think targeting your advertisements is something that a lot of them are transitioning to because the budgets are unsustainable.
Yeah, I also like, just purely anecdotally on my personal behalf, I don't watch live TV. I unless I'm at a cinema, I'll see an advert. I don't see advertising unless it's on Twitter or a browser, So to say that they only advertise there, I'm like, that's correct. But also I don't go to places where they might be advertising, so I can't comment.
But this is the thing. This is what I'm getting at and what I'm sure Smooth is getting at. They're advertising. So the people they want to advertise to, which is obviously more casuals, right? You've got to hit them in where the casuals are. A lot of those casual people that they want are still watching live TV. They are still going to the cinema and watching movies. So if I'm in the movie and I'm watching an ad in the cinema, I can't go anywhere. So that's the ad you hit. You go old school and you go a cinema ad. That's like a really elaborate thing for Game Pass and explains it. You can only get it on Xbox. And that's how you hit those casual people. And on free-to-air TV and on radio. Because people are just listening. Like, yes, it's old school, but if they're the people you want to go after, what's the point in going after the hardcore? The hardcore already knows.
They know everything.
Well, I think it's not just going after the hardcore, it's going after gamers who don't use your platform. And in that sense, it's where do you target? Because we know that their goal is to grow beyond the current console market. Yes. So finding ways to hit people, but people that still are going to be interested in video gaming, because it's not going to be everyone. Like, why does Halo have so many ads all over the place for their TV show? Because their audience trends older, that's where they see advertisements. Yeah. But for gaming, it's not the same. Like, those people watching the Halo TV show aren't going to turn around and buy their first console to play video games ever in their life. So you can't always direct it in the same spot. I get what you're saying. I just don't. Where do you direct it? Like, it's great to have ideas, but then the other people, they get paid a lot of money because they are the ones who have to actually figure out and understand, okay, where do we direct this advertising? And if it's not really at us, we don't see it that much as the hardcore. It doesn't mean it's not being done other places. Like, from what I've heard, they must spend a ton on Twitch and TikTok. And if you're not a huge Twitch watcher, if you're not a huge TikTok user, you would have no idea. And you think they're just not advertising for shit. I don't know. They're probably not spending anything. They don't know what they're doing. But in the reality is we don't have all the information. So they might be terrible at it. I don't know. But I'm also not going to say they are, because I don't know.
Well, I mean, the argument would suggest they are, because look at where they are in the market. But
financially,
my thing is
they make a lot of money, though. Like, they do monetize their products better, even though they have lower hardware sales.
But you prove my point, though. They're advertising Halo everywhere. I've seen Halo ads on free-to-air TV. I've seen Halo ads for the show.
The audience for that show trends older and aren't gamers. So that's what I'm talking about. Like, it's not the same audience. You're not pulling... Like, I know Halo is super... Like, the Paramount Plus audience is very old. Like, it's 50 and up. That's the main... And Halo was one of the first shows that actually dipped into younger people a bit, but was still very big with the older people, too. It's just like a good sci-fi yarn.
But it's still a casual audience that they're marketing to. But they're still trying to...
I know, but is it a casual audience that is going to convert to playing video games if they don't already?
Well, why not? Why wouldn't you use that opportunity? You love this Halo TV show? Buy an Xbox for your kid, and they can play the Halo game too, and sub the Game Pass.
The console market has stagnated. Yeah, but, like the console market itself, the size of the console market just has been what it is for like 30 years. It hasn't changed.
I want to say this. Look what you've done, Kid Smooth. Marketing. Xbox marketing talk in 2024.
We did have a big super chat too.
Did we?
From,
we did.
Phase 23 DKNY.
Wait. Oh, yeah. Phil, we said this.
Yeah.
Thanks very much for the super chat, Phase 23 Buckanwee.
Brooklyn, New York, I would guess.
Phil is doing the same thing he did with Quantum Break on PC. Then 2 years later, all games on PC. It won't end at 4 games. Why Phil taking shots at Sony, saying who it helps that Helldivers 2 is not an Xbox? Well, this is what we said earlier.
I don't think it's a shot. It's a talk about the philosophy and how, in the end, it doesn't actually help them that this is how the industry works. Like, it doesn't help us, and it doesn't help them in general, where that Sony could make a bunch more money because ports are a lot easier now too. Like, it's not bespoke hardware the same way it used to be. It's not nearly as difficult to port stuff. So it just makes sense. Just get these service-based games everywhere and make a lot of money.
But see, I again, and Smooth is saying it in the chat. I got my coffee too. Smooth is saying it in the chat, and you just said it about the console market stagnating. Again, I don't
30 years don't exist.
Agree.
Yep. Those last 30 years haven't happened.
So Nintendo's at nearly 140 million consoles. They're still on track to surpass the PS2, and a part of me hopes they do, because fuck the PS2. Sony has sold over 50 million, so already you're at almost 200 million without Microsoft's
different generations,
25 or 30 million consoles. So it technically has grown.
But it depends. That's not 150 who bought one and 50 who bought another combined. There's a lot of Nintendo Switch owners who own another console too, 1 or 2 or 3 total.
Mm-hmm.
So you've got the overlap, and you've got the fact that that market was handhelds and consoles for Nintendo. So that number used to be insane for Wii, insane for DS, really bad on Wii U, good on. So it's for them, it's still similar. It hasn't gone up. But that's the thing. It hasn't gone. They're not growing more users.
And they've made themselves more efficient, which is why they're making the money they're making. It's literally the strategy that I said they should implement back in 2014. I called it, and I've got the NeoGAF post to prove it.
Yeah, it's not that things aren't successful. It's just that they're not. It hasn't gone up. The overall console user base.
And for those of you wondering, and no doubt I'm going to be clipped for what I said earlier, the reason I said fuck the PS2 is because I am salty that the PS2 is the number 1 selling console, because I reckon it's an overrated fucking console. It's a console. It's the Roger Federer of consoles. If you look, oh yeah, everyone says Roger Federer is the GOAT. I don't agree. I've never agreed that Roger Federer is the GOAT. He won so many of his titles when there wasn't that much competition around. As soon as Nadal and Djokovic came to prominence, how many fucking titles did Federer win? Not that many. He won a lot of his titles. What do you mean? Djokovic is nearly 40 and he's still winning titles. What are you saying? No, the PS2 was the right place, right time.
Aged out.
The PS2 was right place, right time. The Dreamcast had failed because of Sega's screw-ups and Sony's FUD campaign. Xbox came a year later which was already too late, and they were evil Microsoft getting into the evil corporation getting into gaming and get out of our gaming. And then Nintendo came a year later with the GameCube. So the PS2 was sort of just this right place, right time moment. The DVD player, their first party was basically non-existent.
And that thing
on that console
broke as much, if not more, than the 360.
Oh, it was almost as I was working in games retail at the time. You know how many fucking PS2s came back then? If there was social media back then, mate, with how many PS2s used to come back, power failures, disk drive errors, fucking there was all sorts of shit.
Yellow light of death or blue light of death? I forget which one.
I can't even remember. I returned mine. I got one day one with Tekken Tag. My Tekken Tag disc got scratched by my PS2. I took my PS2, I put in a warranty claim with Sony, took my PS2 back to Target. They gave me a new copy of Tekken and a new PS2, and then Sony sent me a copy of Tekken Tag. So I had 2 copies of Tekken Tag, which was awesome. So I sold that second copy. But the first party was basically non-existent. The controller fucking sucked.
Yeah.
Funny how everyone admits that the DualShock sucks now, all these years later. The DualShock was always a shit controller.
It was like a Fisher Price toy. It was so light and empty. I hated
it's not that. Thing. It's not that. Sony figured it out. Sony figured out what the problem was. Because remember, for the first 20 years, Sony didn't give a flying fuck about ergonomics. They took the Super Nintendo controller and added handles to it. Good job, boys. Good job. That's all they fucking did. Then they realized with the PlayStation 4, our handles are too short. So people's hands are fucking breaking trying to use this controller. Because when your handles are short and you're trying to hold the controller in your palms like a regular human being, your thumbs end up like this and your thumbs break. So then they realized with the DualShock 4, longer handles so that your thumbs are resting up instead of down. It's quite basic ergonomics, you fucking idiots that just wanted to keep the Super Nintendo controller with short handles. And now the DualSense is great. Jesse's muted. And now
I was gonna say I was literally saying the DualSense for like my son, great, smaller hands. Me with bigger hands, I get the worst cramps using the DualSense. I'm not sure why. It's nice otherwise.
Nah, the DualSense now is good because it's got nice long handles, so my thumbs just rest up like they should. The problem was never the symmetrical sticks. We always used to think
this is a big smartphone. I have very big hands. And
no, I have tiny hands.
Yeah, everyone I know that has big hands, the DualSense hurts a lot.
No, see, the DualSense is fine for me, and even the DualShock 4 to a lesser extent. My issues with the DualShock 4 and the DualSense extend to other stuff like the oversized touchpad and the poorly placed and tiny options and menu buttons. They're the things I would change on those controllers. But in terms of the ergonomics, they're fine now because they realized that the handles were the problem. But yes, the point was I want the Switch to outsell the PS2. I don't like that the PS2 is the highest selling console. I'll openly admit it. I don't like that the PS2 is the highest selling console of all time. I want the Switch to overtake it.
We got to your point in the end. It's a good point.
It's an overrated console.
To just say, if you are enjoying the discussion, do hit that like button. We really do appreciate it. And if you like what XboxEra does in general, aside from sensationalist reporting, please do consider subscribing to us on Patreon, patreon.com/XboxEra, or becoming a YouTube member right here. You don't get as many like t-shirts and cool stuff. So like Patreon is
salty.
Better. But yeah, you are.
I also
salty that the Dreamcast died.
We have a public Discord, discord.gg/XboxEra. I put it in the chat if you'd like to join. We have decently level-headed conversations. We also have forum.xboxera.com if you want to join a more laid-back, asymmetrical talking setup.
That's a good way of putting it.
Which is way more prone to people losing their minds, but we kept it to one thread. Also, like we're really bad. We've got a lot of merch. We have a merch store.
Well, I'm not bringing it up because we're gonna be refreshing the merch store next week.
Who cares? People can still buy stuff now. Look at this coffee mug. You can buy this right now. For everyone loves the live streams.
Coffee with Ghostbusters.
Yeah, but we got some stuff. But we got more coming.
Yep. Yeah, I agree with you all, chat. I agree with you all, except for video game adaptation news. I agree with all of you, chat. I'm still salty about the Dreamcast. Fuck the PS2. I'm still salty about the Dreamcast. The good console lost.
I had the
This
VGA
shit
adapter for the
console one.
Dreamcast. My God, did that look good on the big ass CRT I had? It's so nice looking.
I will say one thing though. The PS2's design was very nice. That hi-fi
I saw
style.
someone in the chat mention it was
sleek.
Atari that designed that shell and not Sony. I don't know if that's true.
I
Feel free to
doubt it.
pipe up,
Back
chat, and give us a
then,
source for that.
So, again, something I've mentioned before and a little known secret about me is that I actually used to be a Sony fanboy in terms of my electronic equipment. In terms of my hi-fi equipment and stuff, I used to be a hardcore Sony fanboy. I would not buy something if it wasn't made by Sony. Actually, I just bought these because Sony makes good headphones still. I just bought these Sony Bluetooth headphones. Earbuds, whatever you want to call them. You know, if I bought a TV, it was Sony. If I bought a DVD player, it was Sony. If I bought my car head unit was Sony. So back in the PS2 days, that was still when Sony was peak in terms of their hardware design and their aesthetic. They used to make beautiful stuff back then. Now we get ugly shit like the PS5. But back then, they used to make beautiful stuff. And the PS2 was a very good-looking console, and the Slim also was. But fuck that console. And let the Switch become number one. Just like how now Djokovic and Nadal both surpassed Federer. So we can no longer argue that Federer's the GOAT because he's been passed now.
with the Switch 2, the Super Nintendo Switch being delayed to Q1 of 2025.
Potentially.
Maybe you'll get your wish. Potentially. Reportedly. Planned.
It's another year for the Switch to overtake the PS2. Yes.
And honestly,
Can't
it keeps selling more than they're expecting. Their financials, unlike Sony's, because it's very hard to know if financials are good or bad for us. We're idiots and we don't know the business that well. But Nintendo had expectations and went above them, and Sony had lowered expectations and went below them. And so you can see why Nintendo might keep waiting or something. Also, it might be an 8-nanometer process, and they'd be way behind on efficiency again. So cool, because there's no reason. There is no reason for Nintendo to not cheap out because their customers just keep taking it.
Don't care. They don't care. Nintendo, and that's why I've always said Microsoft can't leave. You can't leave us with just Sony and Nintendo. You just can't. It would just be the worst thing ever if you left with those two. Like, man, could you imagine like Nintendo, like with no competition? We would basically, the next Nintendo would just be a TI-82 calculator. And they'd be like, here you go, here's Mario Kart 11, dot matrix. And you would just be like stuck with it. And that's it. Like, you can't just have them. And my God, I reckon they'd probably not even have it online. If they had no competition, they just wouldn't bother being online.
Don't get me started on
like,
Nintendo online. Jesus Christ. All right. Okay. We're 2 hours in, and the nutshell is Microsoft aren't leaving the gaming industry. Not everything is going, at least not yet. 4 games only. The end. It's time, I think, maybe. Who won last week? Did Kay win? I haven't finished watching the show yet.
I won.
Oh, fucking Kay, man.
Yeah, well,
He's on holiday right now.
Kay was down 2-0, and then came back to tie it, and then Nick held him off.
Okay, fair. But yeah, I think it's time for naming game. We're not doing a Rumourmill this week, right? I saw you drop like every Fortnite adaptation.
And by the way, Jesse and I both speculated because we worked under the assumption that given that I was allowed to leak this giant list of Fortnite stuff, it would probably be a while before any more came. Turns out that's not true.
Oh God, you have got more?
Turns out that's not. You know what? Fuck it. I was going to put out a tweet, and my guy's like, "That's boring." So maybe we do have a Rumourmill, another Fortnite rumor.
After name a game.
Stick around. Thrilling stuff.
Hitting the name a game button. We're back. Now I gotta hide everything.
We're back.
Boop, boop, boop.
Um, if you're new to the show, and we appreciate you might be, Name a Game is a weekly game show where Nick and I compete for and on behalf of our beautiful Patreon community, acting as champions to win them a game code from Jesse's laundry list of different games. They get to pick one, depending on if Nick or I win. We always play for our patrons, and you too can be a part of that privileged few by joining patreon.com/XboxEra. You also get access to the Patreon lounge on both our forums and Discord, which, you know, Jesse's giving away games all the time. So it's literally worth at least $6 a month. So why not? Just go for it. Live proud and loud.
Live mass.
Nick, who are we playing for this week, my dear sir?
Where is it? Oh my God, where is it?
You put it in there.
I am playing for Duke Chaos, another very long time patron. And
Jesse.
John is playing for Justin Dudley.
Oh, my
John's
cat.
playing for Justin.
Yeah, cat yanked the camera down.
Yeah.
I was just watching it go. I was thinking it was going to fall. So I was like, Jesse!
No, it just goes up because they get on the cable.
Oh, that was funny. Sorry. Yeah, Justin Dudley is my my Patreon of choice.
They get on a cable behind it and just yank it slowly up because they're assholes.
Hey, Windows XP. I did see those leaker rankings on Reddit, Games and Leaks. They put like an official ranking there, and they put me at 50-50. I'm like, if you people were actual sleuths that really dug into all my leaks and teasers and all that sort of shit, mate, I'm way closer to 80-20 than I am 50-50.
As much as it pains me
who
to
cares?
actually agree, it's
But
accurate.
do you think they go all the way back to when the first thing I ever teased on this show in December 2019, when I was like teasing the fact that Resident Evil 3 verse whatever it was Resident Evil 3's multiplayer? Do you think they go back that far? Or when I talked about the Kickstarter for Wonderful 101?
It's okay.
Do you reckon they went back 4 years ago that far to talk about that shit? Yeah,
Have you ever seen Good Will Hunting?
Sly Cooper. They'll fucking go on about Sly Cooper till the year 3073.
Anyway, name a game. The category.
Hang on, wait.
Okay, fine. Do your Will Hunting line.
Is it? Have you seen Good Will Hunting, Nick?
Yes, but I don't remember it, but I've seen it.
Okay.
Good movie.
It's not your fault.
Whatever, man.
No, it's not your fault.
You're not there to hug him, though.
Ass.
And you're not hairy
Don't do
enough.
this to me, man. Anyway, yeah, Jesse, what's the theme this week?
The category for Name a Game this week is video games released in the year 2017.
Damn it. I was hoping you'd say 14.
All right.
I don't know a single game that came out in 2017.
Yes, you do. You just don't know they came out in 2017.
As in off the top of my head. Like, if you asked me 2014 right now, I could tell you like 6-7 games. Straight off the top of my
Looking
head.
at this list, you've heard of every
I'm
one of
sure
these?
I've heard
Yes.
of them. I'm just saying that I can't think of any off the top of my head that
All right.
make me remember, yes,
Interesting.
this came out in 2017.
All right. Number 1. Everything's on.
Yep.
Desktop
Are you putting
audio's
him in
on.
private chat? Because I'm
Fuck,
looking
it's
at
such
private chat.
It's such a pain in the dick to put them in private chat, but yes, I will. Jesus Christ. You know how many... I've got 4 windows up and so much shit, but fine. Fine, baby man. In private chat, the first one is Profundity Charge 2. Profundity Charge
Profundity.
2.
What's profundity?
It's the name of the
I
game.
don't know what that word means.
Profundity Charge 2. This game was a console exclusive that has a movie coming, even though the studio behind it, I believe, was shut down.
Profundity Charge 2.
I wish I knew what profundity meant.
Just think of Charge and 2. You can get
Yeah, I know. That is what I'm trying to think.
Gotta get over there quick. Yeah, chat's getting it. Gotta make sure I get somewhere quick.
Charge.
Gonna charge over there. It's got a movie coming. Saw it announced at CES, I think? Yeah, CES. Special Nick.
Gravity Rush 2.
Correct. Sometimes you don't have to know all the words. You can just know one, and you do okay.
I love that game.
Yeah,
I've got that game. I posted about it on Twitter the other day. I love that game.
And now the scoreboard doesn't update
Gravity
again,
Rush.
so I got to freaking open the scoreboard and close it every time.
One of the games I said was planned to come to PC, and it did not yet. Plans change, people.
You're a filthy liar. That's the truth.
Yeah, I made it up.
All right. Well, unfortunately, Nick got the first one. The second one, I got to shorten because it's so long. It is for a potential dominating lead for Special Nick. It is that. You guys can see it already. Now I'm going to show it. It is taxpayer, sinful septet, deadly material. Taxpayer, sinful septet, deadly material. Deadly material.
Is deadly material one word?
Yes.
Oh God. Yeah.
Just think of what septet means.
They having
John.
no idea. No, stop saying that. Because I know what septet means.
I give you hints all the time. This game was in Game Pass for a while and is not. But not earlier versions of games from this series have just come to Game Pass.
I know what septet is, and I'm trying to think of the game now.
I did this one because somebody was saying, "Man, I hope this game blank comes to Game Pass." I'm like, "Man, it was in there years ago. It left."
Mm-hmm.
Now that these other games in the same franchise have just shown up that I did reviews for. Come on. How's chat not gotten this one? Just think of septet. How many games have made it to 7?
I know.
Yeah,
that's
I
right.
know what the game is,
why
I'm trying
did
to
you
think of
say
the 2
7?
words.
You just literally said it.
I know what sept means. It's
Why can't you think of what the game is known as internationally? I don't know. One of you hit the fucking buzzer. Come on. Taking too long. What is this game's actual? Yeah, Nick.
I'm trying to think of the thing. Resident Evil 7.
Mm-hmm.
Deadly Material. Biohazard.
Correct. 2-0 lead for Special Nick.
Was that really 2017? Was that long ago? I feel like Resident Evil 7 is so much more recent than that. Wow.
I'm stuck in this week, people.
This week?
This is what happened last week. I got the first 2, and then Kay got the next 2, and then it went to the last one.
I hate that I have to constantly refresh the scoreboard to get it to actually show, because I have made it 2-0. All right, there we go. All right, let me get the third one in chat for a potential dominating sweep by Special Nick, or the start of a potential comeback by Baldy Mohawk Man. There you go. It is deceased by vampires -least -favorite -thing. 3 words total. Sick.
My
Dead
God.
by Daylight.
Correct.
Oh, deceased by vampires.
I yelled 3 words while you were talking, but I did say 3 words.
Yep. Okay.
All right. Don't call it a comeback. It's been here for years.
Yeah.
Right. Next one.
Did you just say cumsack?
Did I?
Sorry, the child in me was giggling.
All right. The next one is also 3 words. Those words being Vista Not Sunrise. N-O-U-G-H-T. Vista Not Sunrise. Starting the timer for Special Nick.
I'm out.
Sick for the steal. You got a free one. Just go.
Fucking hell, I don't know.
Starting the timer.
That's not the timer. That's
still
just
got a
me.
buzz.
What is it?
Because this one's so easy. This one's incredibly easy.
Yeah, I know.
Is it? Is it?
Timer's up.
Is it really easy?
Horizon Zero Dawn.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, okay, so that is kind of easy.
You're not going to believe what game I was about to say. You would not believe it. Do you want to laugh?
Yeah, please.
Go on.
Super Mario Sunshine.
No, you just sometimes that one word sticks out. And you're like, it's going to be. Oh no, it doesn't work.
Yep. I buzzed and went, yep, Super Mario Sunshine. And then I'm like,
oh, wait,
no. It's not Super Mario Sunshine, you idiot.
Wow.
All right.
Missed the chance.
The next one is Emissaries of Chaos. Emissaries of Chaos.
Oh.
By the way, I went back to your faces, and John's very bald in his logo this week.
Thanks.
I feel like I should know this.
Jack got it. Cisco Roke is so good. Him and Joe Sinister get him quick all the time.
I feel like I should know this. I feel like
we got to keep this going. I'm going to start the timer. Can't take too long. Timer going. 8, 7.
I don't know.
6.
I don't know. I don't think I've played it, whatever
4,
it is.
3, 2.
Emissaries
1.
of Chaos.
Agents of Mayhem.
Oh, was that 2017?
I know, that's the problem, because I don't know what games came out in 2017.
Jeez, that feels like it was
Yeah,
like a lot more recent, but it's
Yes, and that's what I said about Resident Evil 7. I'm like, it feels like Resident Evil 7
They had enough
was only a
time to
few
come
years
out with
ago.
a whole nother Saints Row since then.
Jesus,
That was actually
Yeah,
good.
fuck.
Unlike Agents of Chaos could have been really fun. If it had
Agents of
music,
Chaos.
there was 2 things with Agents of Chaos. It didn't really have any music. It was just incredibly quiet the entire time you're playing, and it was a single-player game set up as a 3-player co-op game. And it did not work great as a single-player game. It would have been a lot of fun as 3-player co-op. For a potential win or a potential tie, we have Greetings, adjacent citizen. 2 words. Greetings, adjacent citizen. Sick Mechanico.
Hello, neighbor.
We're tied.
Boom. That's how pros do it. Yeah, that's how the pros do it.
Hello, neighbor. Yeah, fuck.
Oh. You hit spacebar.
Hello, neighbor.
Correct. We're tied at 2.
Wait, what? Did I not buzz in? Tell me I buzzed in.
No, you did. We're tied at 2 because you buzzed in. That would be funny. Yes. All right. The next one is so long, I have to figure out how to make it fit. Don't yell at me. Shut up. Don't say anything,
Okay.
Nick. There we go. All right. The next one is, I'll put it in chat because it's that long. The next one is directionally -down playground, the split yet complete.
Bullshit, you've got that already.
It's really obvious, Nick. Second Mechanico, please, for the win.
It's PUBG, isn't it? A Player Unknown's Battlegrounds.
Fucking no. God, I've never been so disappointed. Nick, it's all on you. You get a
Yeah,
free
I was
guess.
about to say.
I just saw Playgrounds and
how do you
immediately
have that?
buzzed.
How do you have that quick? I'm like, no way.
I've
Directionally-
misbuzzed.
Like I did with Super Mario Sunshine.
Yeah.
Directionally
I'm
down.
going quick, Nick, so you got. I'll give you
playground.
20 seconds. You can just take your
Hold
time.
on. Directionally down playground. The split yet complete. Directionally down. Down.
Starting up the timer. In 5.
Hold on. Directionally
No,
down. Low.
We're going fast. We're not taking time on this.
Is the timer going?
The timer's now
Wait, man,
going.
Give me a little bit.
I
Give
have.
me a
It's
little
been
bit.
15 seconds. We're not going like 2 minutes a question. People get
Directionally
mad.
down playground.
Timer
The
going.
Split yet
He'll get it.
complete.
He'll get it.
7,
He's got it. He's
6,
got it. He's just
5,
he's acting up
4,
the win here. Here
3,
he goes. Look, he's waiting for
2,
1 second.
1.
And he's going to come in.
South Park, the
I've got it
fractured
now, I've read it.
butthole.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man. I just literally saw Playground, heard it was a long one, and I know they're like Player Unknowns, Battleground. Like I was just like, oh, I fucked up, man. I fucked up.
All right, the next one's
Okay.
kind of hard. It's
Uh-oh.
really stupid. Enjoy. It is thumb-cover unwanted-plant paddock. There should be a space between cover and unwanted. Let me fix that. It's 2 words.
Thumb cover.
2 words.
So the whole game is 2
2
words.
words, and these are the words. There's a space between these 2. Thumb-cover unwanted-plant paddock. There should be a freaking hyphen on
yes.
paddock. Special Nick.
Thimbleweed.
Wow, that's really good guess.
2 words.
Oh.
Oh, that was a really good guess though. Like I thought he had that.
Thimbleweed Park.
Yes. You got it. Oh, paddock is its own word.
Hey.
That is all one word. I messed it up. You still got it. Correct.
Because I'm thinking a thumb cover is a thimble.
Yes.
Yeah,
You
no,
were.
you
like,
got it,
what
man.
game
that was
has-
a really good guess?
I'm thinking what has thimble in it? And then I remembered that Thimbleweed
forgot.
Park game. Or
Paddock is
Thimbleweed,
its own word.
Yeah.
The first word is a compound word.
Yeah, well, that was
Well
half
played.
your mistake there.
Mhm.
Well played.
Oh, yeah, it was. I
That was
admit it.
great
All
guess at the end.
I've got 2 more. We can just do for fun.
I get that one, but I didn't get South Park.
The logic just hit. Oh, I didn't give you the 3. There we go.
You should have said bottom of the compass. Then I would have realized south.
That's too easy. Sometimes they still got to be a little hard. All right. The next one is one compound word. That compound word being that for you. Flagon forefront.
Flagon forefront.
Yeah, I know what a flagon is.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to think what this game is. Oh! Oh, wait. Oh, shit. I did that Mario Sunshine thing again. I did that Mario Sunshine thing.
You just give your guess. You might as correct. It is Cuphead.
Because a flagon is a cup.
Yeah,
a flagon is
forefront is
like
the
a cup.
head of something.
Well, that's where I got thrown. I'm like, wait, is forefront meant to be head?
It
forefront
was
meant to be something else.
You're correct.
Okay.
Last one. And then everyone's
I think you
favorite.
misspelled flagon too.
I copied it directly from the
Oh,
thing.
did you? Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
It is one compound word, that word being regulation destroyers. Last one for fun. But yeah, it's probably 2 G's.
Regulation destroyers. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Mm-hmm.
Regulation destroyers.
But that was copied from Big Chat. Cisco Roke got it again. Amit Kumar got it immediately.
Regulation.
I will give you
destroyers.
guys one hint. We have had the creator of this game on this podcast. Nick.
Oh, okay.
Lawbreakers.
Correct. Well done. Dominating performance for Nick, where once again, he held off a stampede. Just barely.
Just
Well
barely.
played.
It happened last week as well.
Yep.
Well played.
Man.
Turn off
Let
the
me
music.
update, let me update the spreadsheet.
Goodbye, music.
That was fun.
Time to hit the other button.
That.
Man. Got dicey with that South Park one. When John buzzed in instantly, I'm like, how the fuck did he get that straight
man,
away? I'm like, what?
I thought
Man.
the second half of it made it very obvious. Like, how many games are called the fractured butthole, that catchy type of thing? Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I just... That down thing, I'm like, he's already saying down. What game has down at the front? I didn't Jerry to south. If you had said bottom of the compass, I would have been like, South Park.
Yeah.
It was that
I just saw
direction down
playground
thing
and
that got
immediately
me.
was like, I was like, "Wah."
Yeah, that direction down thing got me.
All right. Time to hit the other
Anyway,
button,
we're
Nick.
doing a Rumourmill?
Oh, yeah, and I'm going off of desktop audio, so they can't hear us during this video button.
Yeah, okay.
We're on
It's
it.
the rumor mill. We've never heard that before. It's the rumor mill. Things change, we can't be sure. It's the rumor mill. You know they may not come true. The XboxEra podcast is not responsible for websites presenting these rumors as facts.
Okay.
So you read the chat? Is
Yeah.
it Stockholm syndrome if I'm starting to like
Yeah.
the Fortnite reviews? It's nice seeing Nick.
Do we need rumor mill music? I think it helps with the segments.
You know what
Yeah.
we should do? We should have. You know what the rumor mill music segment should be? Music should be. It should be the Fortnite lobby. The Fortnite lobby music.
What type of music? I've got some stuff that it could work. Like it's all catchy.
So, you know how I leaked that massive list? There was stuff I forgot, and my guy reminded me. He's like, "You forgot to mention this stuff." I was like, "What stuff are you talking about?" And then you know how in Discord messages you can link back to a message and it takes you back up there. And I was like, "Shit, I did forget that stuff." Wow. So I'll keep this quick. So, you know, I leaked all that Fortnite stuff last week. What I forgot to mention was that there's some cars coming to Rocket Racing as well. And judging by these cars, it looks like what they're planning on doing is stuff. There was cars that released in Rocket League that they will obviously clearly allow in Rocket Racing. So I've got here the Ghostbusters mobile. What do you call it? What's the
Ecto
Ghostbusters
1?
mobile?
The
Well, it's in
XO1, yeah.
XO1. Well, it's in Rocket League, so it makes sense that they'll just do that conversion over
How
in
about
another
one of
car.
the 58 Batmobiles?
Yes, the Batmobile is here. Now, that's right. Again, I've got all the Batmobiles in Rocket League. I don't know which ones they're going to turn on for Rocket Racing. There's just a picture of... I don't even think this is one of the Batmobiles that's in Fortnite, so my guy probably just put a random Batmobile picture here. I don't know which one. And the DeLorean from Back to the Future, which, again, I have in Rocket League right now. So, obviously, what Epic is probably planning here is to drip feed a lot of these Rocket League promo cars into Rocket Racing for the people. So I'm wrapped because I own all 3 of these cars, so I won't have to buy them. Though they should just theoretically just appear in my Fortnite Rocket Racing. So yeah,
Cool.
With the Batman thing, I don't know. Like, what do they say here? Oh, hold on. So this Batmobile might be a unique Batmobile. From the message I'm seeing here, it might actually be a unique Batmobile.
Darn
maybe.
it. I only own one of
to
them.
Rocket Racing. I own like 3 or 4 of them in Rocket League.
I bought one thing in Rocket League throughout my entire 3,000 hours of playing it. I'm not Nick.
It's got the 90s Batmobile. It's got
I think
the
I bought
latest
the
one.
I bought the one from
Pattinson
Batman
one.
versus Superman.
Yeah,
The Ben Affleck
it's got
one.
that one. And it's got the Dark Knight one. There's like 4 of them or something. I think this one may actually be unique to Rocket Racing. I think. But I forgot to add that to my list last week. You know, someone said to me on Twitter once, they're like, when is Fortnite going to add you as a skin? I'm like, yeah.
That would be awesome.
When are they going to add me as
Your
a skin?
ego would never come down. It would just be forever
you
up
don't, you
there.
don't understand. Like, you know how happy I'd be if I was a skin in Fortnite? If Epic was like, you know what?
This guy's
he leaks-
ruining all of our
he-
carefully laid business plans.
No, I'd be wrapped if Epic was like, you know what? He leaks our shit, but like he spends thousands of dollars in the game. So, and it's ultimately all hype marketing. People are getting excited. Let's give him a skin. What would my emote be? Do you reckon?
It's got to be like from the podcast when you're doing that.
Yeah.
Like, it's just-
And they need to give you the skinniest
And
legs
the fireworks
imaginable.
And fireworks, or me just going like this, and then the little thing appears.
You know what it needs to be? Your character is like a decently built upper body, but then you've got Deadpool's legs from Deadpool 2 after he got ripped
so
in half.
I'd have that fucking ripped, amazing Adonis-like figure from head to hips, and then my legs would just be toothpicks. They'd just be these 2 toothpicks with shoes on them underneath.
oh, dear God.
I'd love it. I should email them
Yeah,
and say,
why don't you?
put me in Fortnite. I'm a content creator, sort of. I mean, I don't create the content per se.
You create
but-
weekly podcast content. It counts.
I'm on YouTube.
Mhm.
Even if I don't necessarily, and I create hype for Fortnite, I help market their game, and I spend thousands of dollars in the game. Put me in Fortnite. Come on.
Anyway,
Do it.
it's time for community questions.
This was
Wrap
queued up,
it
and I
up.
was just waiting for it to start.
Do it.
The Dorito Pope visits once again. Okay, it's community questions. If you're new to the show, community questions is another perk we give to our Patreon members. They get to ask us a question every week on the Patreon lounge in our forums. I imagine there's quite a few this week. Let's dig into them. If you want to enjoy this perk, head to patreon.com/XboxEra.
What about
have
thanking
yours
our
back.
patrons?
I love our patrons.
Why don't you thank them anymore?
Riot. I do thank
Why
them.
don't-
But you don't even
Why
have to
don't you
ignore him
make-
anymore.
why
You
don't you
can't see
thank
him on
them
this
anymore?
channel.
Has he
Yeah,
got-
but
has
you
he
don't
got
thank them.
Doritos? I do thank them.
No. You just went straight to community questions then. There was no thanks.
I was
there
talking
no
about the Patreon and then you interrupted me. I was in a flow.
Thanks
man.
for supporting us. Thanks for
Blind
everything
Riot
you
was
do.
right. Come back, Blind Riot.
He was.
I
Blind
hate all
Riot
the
was
patrons.
right. I am the anchor. I'm the rock. I'm the foundation. I'm the pretty face. And I am Batman. I'm not the hero you all want. I'm just the hero you need right now.
Oh, and
I take all the hits.
I get asked what these are. These are the Odyssey Maxwell headphones. These ones are special ultraviolet colorway they did. They're normally just black. They are the best gaming. I did a review. I'll find it and link it in chat. By far the best gaming headset I've ever used. Microphone's shit, but I don't ever talk to anyone through them, so it doesn't matter. They're Bluetooth. They dongle to Xbox. You can use them on PlayStation and Switch and PC as well. Get 105 hours per charge in the battery. They're just incredible and very expensive, like $320 American.
Cool. So, as I was saying, a big thank you to all of our patrons for the support. None
Welcome.
of this is possible without you. All right. Now, anyways, community questions. Nick.
Thanks, patron.
Take it away.
We appreciate everything our patrons do.
We do.
We love our patrons this
story.
much.
I love them this one. Oh wow, look at that. I didn't even know.
We love our patrons. See, that's me taking my time to show my appreciation. And a lot of them jump on Twitter and like defend me when people are fucking abusing me.
Yeah, we've had some solid defense this week.
I've seen a lot of that this week, and it's really, really nice. So
yeah, I'm happy being that shield. Like, look at all the battering I get, and this face still stays like this. Look at that.
Not even a bruise.
Even with all the battering. Look at that, mate.
I've gone very gray.
From
I was
all the
thinking
stress.
I might get some of like that manic panic hair dye and just go like deep purple because it's all
From
gray.
all the stress.
So it'll very
lost
easily
mine.
color up.
I wouldn't mind going with tips again. I'm tempted to go with tips again.
Just
Bring
the
back the
tip.
Blonde
90s,
tips.
Blonde
More
tips,
than tips, and you're
So I
cheating
can
on your
really-
life.
So I can really complete that George Michael look that I've been going for years.
Just the tips, and don't let the balls touch, and you should be fine.
Yeah. Yeah. Just want to say again how amazing it is that people just
A lot of people.
randomly give us money to support us.
It's not
It's
random.
growing as well. It's
We
growing.
earn it.
And I love
No, I know it's not random. They do it on purpose. They don't accidentally just stumble onto our patron page and just be like, I'll just fucking give these guys money. Fuck it.
Some of them stumble off our patron page and then say that we hate patrons and that some of us should be on camera.
There's even a couple of new patrons. Oh, wow.
Now, give me
That
their
I don't
names,
think
I'll
I've given you. Sorry, I haven't been in there for a little
give me a
bit.
sec. All right,
There's-
start telling
there's
them. I'm going
actually-
to add them.
Holy shit, there's actually quite a lot. There's Connor Smith.
Got him.
Shout out to Connor Smith.
Mhm.
So that means you've got
He was the last.
CJAD93.
No, he was the last one I added.
Okay. There's CJAD93. Let's add him.
Done.
There's Abraham. That's it. That's the only name. Abraham.
Added.
Love
Love him in the Bible.
Argonaut, who I've seen in the chat.
Did you guys notice a certain journalist supports us?
Yeah, I did. There's some fucking guy there named Tom Warren who
Chef.
is in there.
Her
Tom Warren?
chef.
Yeah. There's Cal Nichols, KHALL. Cal Nichols. Mate, all these new patrons. See what I mean? It's amazing.
All
I still
added.
find it weird.
Thank you, everyone.
Still find it weird. One more.
Ooh, shit.
Mackazilla. MAKKAZILLA, I think.
Thank God it's only two
Mackazilla.
kids.
That is seriously cool.
Yeah, it is. It's really cool. Like I still find it odd that people see this and go, man, I got to throw money at that dude. Kind of like a stripper. they see this and they put the dollar bills in there into my undies.
Well, Nick,
So here you go,
we're
sweetheart.
going to show how much we
Buy
love
yourself a
our
little
patrons.
something nice.
We're going to show them.
I'll be like,
next week.
I don't get any of the money. John hasn't even transferred me the fucking money so I can buy
Ooh,
my
you're
games.
getting called
that I
out by
wanted to buy.
MASH. I know the answer. It's because it just doesn't work with your room setup. But why is your background so bland,
Why?
Nick?
So bland. What do you mean bland? I've got an Iron Man pillow back there. I've got a Streets of Rage pillow. I've got the book. I've got an
No, can't
Xbox
see.
Lite.
Funny
There's
thing-
a Halo poster back there.
New look. You can't see the stuff to your side. It's cut off.
Oh, can't you? Oh.
No. So that's why I actually went with a
Oh,
super wide angle. So you can see the pillow and stuff, but your stuff to your right, our left, you can't see anymore.
Oh. Okay. Yes.
So I'm super
yeah,
wide angle, so you still get my background because it's way better looking than I am.
I'll have to buy one of those green screens. Since the window's so small now, I'll have to get one of those green screens and just
get a Razer Kiyo Pro. Oh my god, are
Yeah.
these things nice? They are so. It's this big. It's all lens. It's like your phone's got a great lens for being that small, but this thing is just a giant fucking lens. It's
yeah, but there's
really
nothing
good.
wrong with my camera quality.
no, but you
it's
get
fine.
more of the room and stuff.
Like the camera quality's fine, and in
It's
the end,
okay.
this is the important part. This here, who needs a background when you've got this in the foreground?
My background's awesome.
Who
Like,
needs a background?
I don't think you can really appreciate it on Twitter, but you've got like all of that Gandalf stuff on the wall. You've got a needler over
can do
there
this
in the
too.
corner.
Do you have all of these Funkos your insane family have bought over the years? Like,
No,
that's
I don't
like
waste
that's
my
not
money
even
on those
that is
things.
not even half of all the Funkos in this fucking house. I do have the Halo 5 thing,
Yeah. Okay.
but yeah.
Oh,
It's a lot of goddamn
need a
Funkos.
background when you've got this in the foreground.
Ooh, Cheeseworks calling you out too. Just a very boring background.
Strike a pose, because I don't want to create visual conflict, visual noise.
It's gonna be a lot.
distracting you from the visage.
As a former designer, I understand that balance that has to be struck. So if you've got something that's all about the focus in the foreground, you can't have too much distraction in the background. It's too much visual noise. So we'll just leave.
Just read the community questions,
Yeah, can
man.
we just go to the
Just read the damn questions. What's wrong with you?
Hey, I went out of my way to acknowledge all these new patrons.
Yes, you did.
Yeah,
Yes, you did.
exactly. And I'm sure that they all appreciate it.
Like we appreciate
Come on.
them.
Yeah, I appreciate them.
Nick is gonna go so long with these.
I
I'm just gonna.
do.
I need to start up my review on this really bad. So
Yeah.
if I'm
Yeah.
distracted with this,
No one reads books.
the last one I did, the friggin' Outcasts, this got like 30,000 views on our website. A lot of people,
Nice.
at least 30,000 people wanted to read it.
It's really cool. Thank you.
You're right,
Thank you,
Mr. Hipshot.
Microsoft
The
and
show's
Meta.
going a little quick today. You're actually right, and it's actually probably better if it goes quick for me because I'm supposed to be going
Yeah,
out
so
for lunch.
shut the fuck up.
And I had a wedding. I had a wedding last night, and man,
There's
I
20
ate
community
something that was
questions.
not
There's
good.
19 questions. It's not going to go quick.
okay.
It will.
Community questions time. First question. RuGrabu. Hello there. My thoughts about that business update podcast. I can see that Grounded, Sea of Thieves, and Hi-Fi Rush can be a success on the Switch, or the Super Switch, but I have my doubts that these games will be a success on PlayStation. Obviously, they are not AAA and over-the-shoulder walk and talk. Brad Sams said it best by calling it Xbox and Microsoft are experimenting. What if that experiment shows that the partnership with Nintendo is a success, and they will bring smaller titles to Super Switch, and on the other hand, bringing games to PlayStation was not? They could use this if they might get sued again over another acquisition. They did bring games to the competition, and the return on investment was too small. I guess only time will tell, and we could all take a break if this happens again in some form. Maybe don't panic could be a good mantra. I reckon it is a good mantra. Don't panic.
Or do. It's fun to panic sometimes.
And don't just needlessly attack people online over stuff that's quite frankly doesn't really affect your life.
It's good advice.
There's definite.
watch XboxEra?
There are legit worries of I've invested a
hear
lot
that-
of money into this. I don't want it to go away. But then the other side is the people that aren't legit.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Speaking of which, did you hear that they discovered Wednesday Addams' long lost cousin?
Nick doesn't like someone very much.
Yeah. I think in the next Addams Family movie, they're gonna have Wednesday's long lost cousin in there.
It's gonna be a real horror show then.
Yeah. Okay.
Go look at our. Go look. I think.
No.
I'm gonna-
Only
don't look at it,
Jesse
John.
knows that joke. Only Jesse knows that joke.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Hipshot. I'm using my question this week to ask, what would it take to get a JRPG channel started in the Discord? If
This
you
question?
don't allow us one, we will overtake one. Okay, thanks, bye. Don't ask me. I barely go in that Discord.
We can
Unless I'm
create a JRPG.
Well, we've got a whole
channel?
giant chat channel that's specific game discussion that no one ever uses because it doesn't force you to see it. You have to go to it and choose to be in those discussions. So, I mean, if you want to, anyone can make a channel in there. So go to the specific game discussion chat section. It's not a channel section. It's actually its own thing. And just make whatever channels you want. And unless they're shitty, and I'll get rid of them. Any good channel you want.
Oh God, I've just seen Creaky Legs question. That's 30 minutes of Nick waxing lyrical.
I
Jesus
am
Christ.
in 27 Discords, and I only regularly frequent one. And I'm in 27 of them. I did not even realize it was that many.
And your personality is heavily colored by that horrible one.
27 Discords. That's a lot, isn't it?
Bro, I've got over 70.
Yeah,
oh, really? I
I'm
thought
in like
27 was a
30
lot.
I'm in 30 or 40 ones that are just dedicated to either games or PR companies for reviews. So I've got I've got quite a few.
How can you be in so many? I thought
just turn off-
27 was a lot.
Turn off notifications so you never see that little pip that something's new.
Yes.
Just completely mute them.
I do
and
that.
I'm good.
I
Yeah.
mute them all. Even the work one.
But yeah, I'm in them half the time just for if
I
a
mute
game's going
all
to come
of
up
them.
to be reviewed, and I'm already in that PR company's Discord for the review. I'm good.
Yeah.
So
During footy season, I'm in the footy one that I made for Collingwood stuff. And then I'm in the OG one with Phil in it. That's it. They're the only two that I frequent all the time. Everything else, if I get tagged, I'll have a check out.
people's
That's
ears are going to perk up, but Phil has only talked one time.
Yes, literally one post in that
Said, like,
Discord.
Merry
and there's
Christmas
so
or
many
something.
emojis
Happy
under
New
it.
Year.
Yeah, there's like a million emojis under it.
We filled it up.
Because everyone was so shocked that Phil actually said something in the Discord. Okay, Creaky Legs. Let's talk business, bros and brolettes. Which Marvel superhero, anti-hero are the Xbox era staff based purely on their personality and work? Well, we all know mine. I'm fucking Iron Man.
No,
I
he
am
creates
Iron
a
Man.
ton of stuff. He's super creative.
Yeah,
that doesn't work for you.
But he's
You're like
he's
sloth.
handsome. He's handsome and arrogant.
Yeah, but it doesn't work because you don't create enough.
No.
If you were funding us,
I do.
Like if you were paying for everything, then you could be Tony Stark.
I am funding everything, just not the way you think. Yes, it's not monetary funding. It's this. It's bringing in the dollars with this. That's how I'm funding. So my work is not, it's not work like 9 to 5 work. It's a different kind of work that you just choose not to acknowledge. I'm Iron Man.
Yeah, I
You're
don't know.
gonna get
I
very
don't know.
angry tweets.
I don't
from
know
a
who I
certain-
would be.
Seller of things. You can just be what is it, Captain Britain? I don't know what the character
Please
is like at
don't.
all, but
I
he's
don't
from
know.
Britain. He's real.
I'll go bald and I'll be
The Thing.
what is
The
it?
Thing from Fantastic Four.
Thanks,
Yeah.
mate. I appreciate it. That's very sweet of you.
Marvel's
where's
not the best
Jesse?
about representation, so I'd say Ursula would be Kamala Khan because they're like the only Muslim. They're not great about actually having people of color and all that stuff. So, me, Jesus Christ, I don't know. Not that many fat superheroes. Blob.
I don't know any. I don't know
Blob.
any.
Yeah, Blob.
Okay, so I'm the Thing, you're Blob, and
I'm Iron
Nick
Man.
gets to be Iron. Okay, fine. I'm fine. If anything, to just stop the conversation there, I'm fine. Fine with
No,
it.
I
Not-
love Pre-Drag.
I loved Connect. So Iron
Pre-Drag's
Man's
gotta
always
be-
doing this stuff. I loved Connect. So,
Pre-Drag is Captain America because Captain America is known for his art skills in the comics and stuff. There, it works. And Pre-Drag's extremely American.
Very, totally, definitely an American.
Very.
Good question.
Okay.
Thanks, Creaky Legs, as always.
Okay. Crippling Debt.
Oh,
Something
aren't
that
we
we're
all?
in.
Yep.
Yeah.
Feeling it.
After that, after this goddamn beautiful book. Yep.
This book put us in crippling debt.
So by selling more,
And
they're
I
going to have to cost a lot. I'm sorry.
And I just did my part chipping away at that debt. No.
Do you know what happened to me this week that's made me even more in crippling debt?
What?
So, like the past 5 or 6 days, I've got like a downstairs, I think you Americans would call it a water closet, downstairs bog. And I'm in there, and it's where my cold rising main is, right? So that's where the cold feed comes into the house, feeds the rest of the house. And I've got a panel that I built that you can pull away, and it's nicely tiled, but it looks nice. You can pull it away, and you can turn the cold rising main on and off. But when I renovated the house, the pipe coming in from the mains water supply is like this really old, was last put in 1976, and it's like this really tiny, fragile PVC.
Yeah.
And it's gone. And I'm sitting in the downstairs toilet. I can hear this. And I'm like, there's no fucking water running. So I go out in the street and I'm lifting up the cover, and the fucking water meter is ticking over like I'm using water, but I'm not. I've turned everything off. So yeah, I've got to have my whole driveway pulled up, pipe completely replaced, because it's not the water company's problem, it's mine. So yeah, there's another
home ownership's fun
down the toilet.
Has anyone ever told you that your stories are very boring?
Yes.
We tell you that all the time. You don't care.
Just, I can't stop laughing at this comment in the chat. Nick is Iron Man's unsuccessful brother who takes credit for things. Antonio Starch.
Antonio Starch. Mate, can you please update your Twitter bio to be Antonio Starch?
Just get a scuffed Tony Stark drawing as your profile picture.
Unsuccessful brother that takes credit for things. It's so true.
I prefer YouTube member Mash. Sik is Arrow does good with no appreciation. Jesse, Captain America carries everyone on his back. Nick, guy that sits at front of desk with the blind background. You're signing everyone into the building.
Antonio Starch. Okay.
Anyway, crippling debt.
The question. Not surprised the internet freaked out and ignored the word considering, but oh well. You are clearly all wrong and liars and should be cancelled.
No, we didn't use that word, sadly.
Although John didn't use that word. That's the problem. He didn't use the word. Is there anything... What? Is
Leak
there anything... Leak speaking? Because I was like, what's a leak splackong? Because that's what it says.
Splackong.
Splackong.
Splack off the splacker.
Is there anything leak splackong directly on the whole supposedly next gen in 2026? That sentence, I have no idea.
Is there anything to the leak about there being a new gen in 2026 from Xbox? Maybe.
Don't know. As far as I can remember, the whole thing was based off of Brooklyn and Northwood possibly being cancelled, and then someone speculated maybe because they were just going to move up the next gen a few years earlier, and then throughout 2026, and everyone is just running with that like it's been officially leaked that way now.
I think
with the information
before we forget, I think it was just Sarah said new hardware. Like Sarah said the two things, like we'll see new hardware soon, or we'll talk about new hardware soon, and we have stuff coming. And so I do think like the stuff we saw in the leak, what version of it we get, we don't know yet, but it seems like it probably coming.
Your brother goes, "Are you Tony Stank?" Tony Stank.
The last name should be the same.
Yes, that's right. I'm trying to think of a different first name. What's like Wish.com version of Tony? I don't know. Just
Brony.
Just call me Floyd. Floyd Stark. Floyd. Okay. With the information on a hardware reveal that this fall, it seems likely Brooklyn was greenlit after all, or do you think they would announce the 26 gen a full 2 years ahead of time, or a 25 release possibly and such? Love you guys and such. I know what
we hit it. We hit this one earlier, but yeah, it definitely seems like they'll probably announce something far out. Pony Stark.
To put it out there that something I may end up being wrong about, or my sources may end up being wrong about. So remember when on our Rumourmill, we said that they're looking at a digital Series X And at the same time, I said, and other hardware in 2025. Now, if they announce something in fall, and it may end up coming in 2025.
Yeah. Oh,
But
and
again, maybe
that was
plans
before-
changed.
that was before the whole FTC leak happened. So you actually called that before
Yep.
Brooklyn and the
Yeah.
Adobe
He
Digital Series X. was
Luckily
released.
guessed it. He didn't call anything.
Oh,
He
okay,
he throws
Yeah.
stuff against the wall spaghetti style.
Yeah.
Occasionally
See
it
what
sticks and we
sticks.
ignore what falls.
See what sticks. Okay. Jesse brother. Tonight I'm gonna party like it's pod 199. Speaking of Prince, welcome back, John. And Nick, as a Massachusetts native, I can confirm the show Ted is hilariously accurate to this region of the country, which is impressive given the only actor in it from this area is Maddie, John Bennett's father, who's from Lowell, the town right next to my own. Lol. My question this week is, what's a popular phrase that actually makes you guys a little mad when you hear it? Mine is, I'm not sure how I feel about that. I always think, yes, you do. You're afraid to say so. What about you, gents? Sorry for aping your favorite word, Hythem, but you say gents almost as often as Nick says reckon.
Reckon.
I have a phrase I
that pisses me
despise.
off.
The one that
What's
pisses me off every time is have your cake and eat it too. Because what other purpose is there to cake than for someone to eat it? And if it's yours, why can't you eat it? It's
That's
a
a good
stupid
one.
phrase.
It's a good one.
It is stupid, but at the same time, I know exactly what it means.
We know the
But,
reasoning behind
yes,
it, but it doesn't
it is stupid.
actually work logically. Like, yeah, you're having to have too
Yeah, I
much
know.
of a situation, but also, like, it's cake. It goes bad quick, and it's there to be eaten by whoever made it or whoever they want to give it to. Just fucking
Yes.
cake.
Yeah, it's a good one.
I'm trying to think of one. Like
Yeah, I know.
outside
I'm
of
trying to as well.
supposedly and all of those usual.
Yeah, I can think of
isms.
words that piss
Yeah.
me off more so than phrases. At least, I mean, I'm sure there's phrases that piss me off. I just can't think of them. But for
When
me, it's
people-
like
When people
addicting.
use literally and obviously, like it's a big thing here in Essex, in the UK.
Yeah, that's why
You know,
they
and I was-
changed it
I
in the
was
dictionary.
Literally, and I'm like, you just say I'm annoyed. Like you don't say I'm literally annoyed. Like, what are you talking about? I don't
People
know.
say, yeah, a lot of that is like my kids say literally all the time now because it's all over YouTube.
Yeah.
So I'm like,
Guys, I
I'm
literally couldn't believe this was happening.
I'm literally.
It's. I think it's also the. And sorry, American brethren. It's the Americanism of the word. Literally, I'm just like
Yeah, I know.
it triggers.
We
me
are
in some
extremely
ways.
influential.
Very. You are everywhere.
Yeah, and people get annoyed about it, I understand, but it is a very influential company.
The long and the
Thank-
short of it. Brick.
Thanks in advance. I don't know
There's
what
a
to
lot
say.
in footy. There's a lot in AFL that they say. Credit to the boys. Credit to the boys. They gave it 110%. Week at a time. They gave it 110%. Can't give more than 100, mate.
I don't mean any disrespect, because every time you say that, you know you're saying something shitty.
Yeah. You, like, when someone says, with all due respect, they're about to shit all over your
Yeah.
face.
It's a similar one as no offense, but
Yeah, no
Or
offense.
like,
prepare to
I-
be offended.
I personally, it's like you don't have to say I personally because you literally, yes, it's
Yeah, I know. Literally. Like, look, with all due respect, but I'm going to say this thing that pays
Just
you no
saying.
respect. Just gonna, I'm about to completely disrespect you with all due respect.
no. At the end of the day, like those phrases that don't actually mean anything, they're just people use them all the time. It is what it is at the end of the day, and you can throw it into any conversation, and it doesn't actually mean anything. It's like
I-
word
I-
soup. It's like real.
I
It's
say one
real life
all the
SEO.
time. I say one all the time that is just a really old saying. I don't think it's a British one, particularly see you anon. You ever heard that
Eh?
one?
Eh?
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
No, I don't know that one.
I do not.
It's
The
what I
best-
learned from my dad. Anon is soon, shortly, right? But it's a very
Oh.
unused word. So see
Yeah.
you soon. It's basically all it's saying. I could just be saying see you soon. Because see you
Oh,
anon.
okay.
It's an extra
that's it.
vowel. It's like an extra syllable. That's not even
Yeah,
bad.
so why am I wasting my time? But I say it all the time. See you on.
The best one is how Aussies go, yeah, nah. You say
Yeah,
yeah, and
nah.
you also say nah. Yeah, nah.
In
Yeah, nah.
in my job, I have to work with a lot of Indian clients, and I remember years ago I was in a meeting with like some massive boss at the company I work for, and we were talking to this guy from Bangalore, and we were asking him a yes or no question, and he was saying yes. But he was shaking his head, and the American just literally went, "Come on, man, give me a hint here. Are you saying yes or no? Like, what are you doing?" Cracks me up.
Yeah, nah. Yeah, nah.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Anyway, right.
Anyway, it
Good
is what it is.
question. Fun
John
times.
just shitting on patrons trying to get away from their questions super fast.
What?
Even though Blind Right hates me, I might be more on his side now. I'll never know because he can say whatever he wants in chat and no one will ever see it again.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
Tag us on Twitter yet.
What are you going to do? What are you going to do? That's another one. What are you going to do?
Yeah, could care
is what
less
it is.
versus the actual should be couldn't care
Oh my
less.
God, could care less. It's couldn't care less. So if that's the bottom, you couldn't care any less than that. Could care less. That means you could care more.
Yeah. And I respond by saying, I'm glad you care about that. And then people punch me.
Yeah, it's like you could actually care even less than you currently care. It's like, come on, man. Jesus. It is what it
question.
is. Omen. So on the Xbox podcast, they stated that they wanted to try to introduce people to the Xbox ecosystem via ported Xbox games on other consoles. My question is, how will people even know they're on the Xbox ecosystem when games like Hi-Fi Rush don't even have an Xbox logo on the start-up splash screen?
Maybe they will on other platforms.
Yeah.
Yeah. Does Minecraft? Does Minecraft have Xbox Game Studios when you boot it up?
I honestly don't know. They are under the Xbox Game Studios thing, as where Bethesda's not. So I don't know. I do know. You literally need actually literally need an Xbox login. So it's got that.
Jeez, Wax, what do you mean? What do you mean? I reckon you see the real me all the time.
Nick is
Looks like a
incredibly
patron
consistent.
question.
He's annoying and frustrating, but he's always
I am
that.
me all the time. I am 100% me all the time. What do you mean? I take offense to that.
So I don't know that it has the splash screen in Minecraft. I do know you need to log into Xbox. So
yes.
got
What
that.
about Minecraft Dungeons? Dungeons? Yeah, Dungeons. I think that had
I've
the
only
Xbox
ever-
splash on Switch.
and they had ones. They had one that was like a bespoke one made for that game too, if I remember correctly.
Mm-hmm.
And they're all the same with their crossplay. They need the login.
But like we were talking about before, I don't know what they're doing.
Sure.
Hugh. Man, this is long.
I mean,
Oh, God.
I've just been reading. I've been reading this, right? And effectively, it's asking a question about clarifying.
Holy! I had to zoom out 8 times to see it all.
Yeah. Like,
Howdy,
Love you,
gents.
yeah.
Sorry in advance, as this is a long one. That's what she said. Not for me. Firstly, I'm sorry to hear about the hate you're receiving regarding the Starfield and Baby Steps articles.
It's mostly just
I
that
don't wish
Nick.
to add more fuel to this fire, but as a long-time consumer of your content, I also have found your messaging unclear. So if you're willing, I would love if you could clarify your stance further. For many, the planning Starfield article lit the internet on fire after it finally convinced many Xbox fans, myself included, that there may be truths to all the rumors we originally, up to that point, thought were BS.
And there were.
Phil quickly shut down the Starfield and Indiana Jones rumors.
Nope.
Not really.
He didn't, Hugh.
Confirmed that they are not yet planning anything beyond those 4
He
games.
didn't do that
Nope.
either.
No, not really.
Not
And would also
all they
not
said
do
was they have not
anything-
confirmed. They've not confirmed anything beyond the 4.
All Phil said was, and for those who think this means everything is coming, no, it isn't. And no one thought everything was coming. Everyone just thought a lot was coming, not everything. I mean, I don't believe, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe any of us suggested they were going to go full third party.
Nope.
No.
I don't
Never
believe.
once.
Nope.
But yes, 4 games, and would also not do anything re-exclusivity to damage Xbox. This somewhat extinguished the fire, especially when he clarified it was only community games and smaller experimental, smaller projects over a year old.
For now.
This provided the opportunity to simply say, sorry, we were wrong. However, it seems XboxEra has gone the other way and poked the fire to say this is just the first step, and games like Starfield are still a possibility. It's a possibility I win the lottery, but it's near impossible. Granted, I suspect further games will come based on what Booty said and what they learn, but based on what was actually said, I don't expect any big games. Therefore, is the Baby Steps article an opinion piece, Verge piggyback, or actually based on some other information which is not yet public? And what are you trying to achieve by re-poking this fire? Edit. After discussing this with others on the forum Patreon, it seems to stem from the word planning. Many of us have interpreted that as you saying a definitive decision has already been made and they are just sorting the details, whereas considering may have been the better word. Is that correct?
Yes.
In the end, yeah. I'll end by saying I love you guys. However, much like Xbox, I feel the messaging could have been better. Well, I said this last week. His biggest crime was using the word planning, even though they're still in the same ballpark as each other.
It is the case, but yeah, like in hindsight, the one thing I wish I would change was I wish I'd used a different word. With regards to the baby steps thing, that the whole thing is like they're taking these first tentative steps, but I'm only aping on their own internal memo.
I don't think people had noticed that the Xbox is everywhere
No, I
thing.
know
It didn't blow up that's their memo, that is their internal messaging around the platform now.
but
it's
yeah,
true.
like. But
I wish
to
Baby Steps
be,
was coming to Xbox.
and we did a big bit on this, and Hugh, I'm sure you would have listened to the show preceding these community questions. But again, like Phil acknowledged Starfield and Indiana Jones, but all he said, and I'm just quoting, he said they're not part of these 4. He didn't say
That's right.
they're never coming, right? And there's a big difference, right? So when I say baby steps, it's baby steps. Let's see what this experiment does. And yes.
It doesn't
Planning
mean they are.
doesn't mean
It doesn't
different.
mean they aren't. And that is business speak. Business speak is never conclusive unless it has to be. There's no incentive for them to actually just shoot down our report. There's no incentive for them to corroborate our report until they themselves are ready. That's why and people are also acting like, oh, things really blew up on Starfield. They blew up on Starfield, but they went from a 6 of panic to a 7 or an 8 of panic. Like it went up, but it was already super panic, and you can't change that. Yeah. It had been for weeks. The thought of 1 game, and then it was 2. Oh, then it might be 3. But then a few weeks later, people are like, oh, it's only 4.
It's the jewel in the crown, right? And like Mash in the chat, what if they were actually planning it and 6 message and public pushback made them scale it down? Nick's quote, like, we're happy to be Batman for a while, right? Like there is that is entirely possible. I have no idea, but I stand by the report and what it's
and it is
Cheeseworks.
Oh, go ahead.
Go.
No, I was gonna say it's shoot the messenger. That just happens all the time when people report something that others don't want to be true. And then they'll start looking, and business speak works because people can take the feelings they already have, attach them to the corporate message, which is very planned, so that you can bring your inherent biases to their messaging and interpret it the way you want it to be. So you can look at it neutrally and say, well, they didn't really commit to anything, except for, yes, we are doing 4 things. Those reports were correct. They didn't say no to anything else, because why would they? They're not going to shut the door forever on anything. So they did not refute anything we or Tom reported. Not a sentence, not a scintilla of it. They didn't. It's just a fact.
Cheeseworks. Cheeseworks is asking me a question. Any reason why your DMs are closed on Twitter, Nick? Okay, so I've told this story before. So me being me at my age, I feel compelled to reply to every single DM I get. I can't help myself. I'm one of those treat other people the way you'd like to be treated people. So I'd like my DMs to be replied to, so I reply to other people's DMs. But what started happening was Redditors would start sending me DMs on Twitter and stuff like that, asking me questions, saying, hey, what have you heard about? And me being me, I'm a pretty honest person. So I'd reply with, I've heard this, or I haven't heard this, or I've heard that. And guess what they started doing? They take those DMs and then post a thread on fucking Reddit saying, oh, look at what Nick said. So I'm like, oh my God, like,
Dick move.
I'm replying to you assholes to just, reply because you're messaging me and you're creating Reddit threads out of it. So turn them off.
Yeah, fair
Sorry.
enough, mate. Fair enough.
I had to. They just kept doing it on Reddit, so I had to turn them off. And you could say, well, just don't reply to them. I can't help myself.
Yeah.
We've seen his amiibo collection.
I can't.
He's not.
I can't.
He doesn't
help
have
it.
self-control.
If someone messages me, I have to reply to it. Because again, I'd want to be replied to if I message someone.
Yeah,
I'd
John.
Want to be.
So,
Yeah.
Nick, you don't care about Kingdom Hearts at all, right?
No.
Yeah, you bought a Sora fucking amiibo. Why? Because you're
Yeah.
really bad about self-control. So if you want to know why he had to shut off DMs, this Sora amiibo he's showing right now is why. He couldn't give two shits about it, but he bought it anyways because he has to have them all. And he has to reply
That's
to
the
them
last
all.
one. Apparently, that's
Unlike
the last
Sik.
one they're ever making. Yeah.
Until they make amiibos with a Z at the end for their Super Switch, and none of the previous amiibos work anymore.
Will be backwards compatible. Yeah, none of them
You-
will work.
But they'll put out slightly different versions of all of them. Ooh, a holographic Sora. Like a shiny Mario from Mario Odyssey.
No,
Fucking
Corey
Nintendo.
C. Phil did not
Don't-
flat out say Starfield's
Don't
not
buy
playing
it.
multiplayer.
Don't buy it.
He didn't
Don't
say
buy it.
that.
The chat are doing it.
He just said that
We have-
Starfield's not
yeah.
one of the 4 games. That's all he said.
It was a very directed question. So there's 4 games coming. Can you say what they are? No. Of those 4 games, though, can you say if they are Indie or Starfield? No.
Starfield or Indie? No.
Of those 4 games. That's it.
Yes. Learn to hear the words.
That's a big ask.
They I've always said it. They choose their words carefully. They all execs. This isn't just a Phil or Xbox thing. All execs
That's
choose their
business.
words very carefully. Very carefully.
Man, watching this Banishers gameplay, it's real good. All right, next question.
Okay, Khalil Nichols, the new patron.
Well,
I'm using my question do you think it is possible for Fortnite to go a Godzilla Kong collab? And if so, what are your thoughts on it?
Nick would be very
Look.
happy.
Yeah, I'd probably buy Godzilla and Kong. But the funny thing is, like, I remember someone asked about another collab with a very, very massive character, and I was like, nah, how can they put someone that tall in? And then someone reminded me that Optimus Prime is in there. So I was like, oh, yeah, they'll just make them regular sized. So, I mean, I feel like almost anything could come to Fortnite. Like,
Hasn't it
I feel
already?
like nothing. Yeah, I feel like nothing is off limits. I don't see. I couldn't say no to anything. Although I will say, a while back, I had heard about Kermit the Frog, and I refused to believe it. Like what they said to me, they're like, Kermit the Frog's supposed to be coming to Fortnite. I'm like,
There's no way
no
he's going to
way.
shoot a gun.
I'm
Yeah.
like, no way is Kermit the Frog coming to Fortnite. Just, I refuse to believe that. And if it happens, well, I'll have to believe that person in perpetuity, won't I?
Corey moved on to the other thing we've talked about, where he's like, most Xbox creators aren't even really true Xbox fans. They don't really love the platform like they pretend to. So, again, also, like when you're reporting something, you know as well as you can to be a fact. It's not about if it helps or hurts the platform. You are covering the platform. You are not an extension of PR for the platform.
Yeah.
When you're in our position, if you're just like doing this for shits and giggles and you're making a community, you're having fun, and you want to just really help and do shit like that as a creator, that's fine. An influencer, as long as you're upfront about it. But we are going the press route. We are seen as a press company by all the PR companies we work with. We're not the influencer and creator side of things. We are press. Like that is our designation by the people who really care about that. So the press, the job
True
is to
for me,
give you
Corey.
the truth.
It's true for
Next,
me.
next an influencer and a creator.
Yeah, like Corey, like I get it, mate. Nothing I say or Jesse says or any of us say or even the community says to you is going to change your mind. But the whole reason XboxEra is formed is because we didn't think that the coverage for Xbox was good enough out there. And if you go back and look over the last 5 years, we're 5 years old this year.
Oof.
I feel like, and we're completely
In July.
funded.
In
Yeah,
July,
July.
we're 5 years old.
We're completely.
We're almost old enough
community-funded.
for Leonardo DiCaprio to want to date us
Yeah,
There you go.
nearly.
So yeah, like
for a year or
that's
two.
not true. Anyway,
Next question of many.
We're not true Xbox fans.
We prefer
not at
using the
all.
platform. I'll play on anything, but
Yeah.
The-
All that abuse I cop on social media and all the clippings from all the PlayStation fanboys.
you earn it. I
That's
agree.
That's all because I hate Xbox. All of it. Yep. Totally makes sense.
There's
Executive
there's
producer.
There's a hidden word
What?
in our name after Xbox. It's Xbox sucks era, but people don't know
Yes.
that.
It's over. The middle word is over.
Did I miss one? Oh, I did miss one.
Executive producer Jay White 723.
Jesus. I missed
Hey
one.
guys. So it looks like Tom Warren and I both brought up the same idea on Twitter this week. Mr. Warren, if you're listening to the pod right now, he is not. I'd love to hear your feedback on this topic too. If Xbox did the unexpected and made a local native handheld that had the Xbox OS, all of your Xbox Library Game Pass, and somehow ran Windows, you would have a superior device to the rest. You would be able to play all Xbox games, Steam, PC games, and even all the PlayStation games that are coming to PC, which would be hilarious.
it would be awesome.
Because I doubt PlayStation would ever agree to create ports for the Xbox. My question is, what are the chances of this happening, and would Microsoft even want to do that? Sean Hollister at The Verge, I hope I pronounced that correctly, says the technology is there to make it happen, but someone else said they would have to make a deal with thousands of third-party companies that have their games on Steam, which I don't know if that's true or not. Do you think Microsoft would want Steam on their handheld if they won't make money from those games? What are your thoughts? And the funny thing is, Jay White, that's exactly why Xbox would make a proper Xbox handheld, to avoid that whole minefield. To avoid Sony getting pissed off with them, saying, hey, you found this loophole to get our games on your handheld. Like, that is exactly why it would just be an Xbox handheld, a portable Series S or whatever it is. So it's just a straight up Xbox in portable form. And it just takes away
For the
all that.
people that don't want to have to deal with all the dumb shit that you get on very fun but aggravating PC gaming. And Video Game Adaption News is like, executive producer, nice try. And it's one of the people know when we say executive producer, we mean it's our top Patreon tier at $50 a month. We have 5 of them too. They're all
And
great people.
they
What's
are all
nice
people-
try? What's nice try, though? Nice try about what?
I don't know. I think maybe we were joking about having an executive producer of some sort.
I just wasn't sure what nice try was referring to.
Yeah, I'm
That's
just
all.
guessing.
I was like, what am I trying? I don't get it.
He's fine. But I just wanted to explain it.
No,
from-
I'm just asking because I wasn't sure what I was trying.
Yeah, I
That's
just
all.
wanted
I
to feel
wasn't sure what
called
I was
out. I
trying.
just wanted to explain it because other people
No.
might not know too. Oh, promoting
I
themselves.
didn't realize what I was doing.
I got it. Yeah. He's like, they're calling themselves a executive producer. Gotcha.
Oh no.
Yep. No, they put their money where their
yes.
mouth is big time.
Yeah,
And we love you for it.
But that is actually another reason I never thought of. So I'm glad Jay White said that. That's another reason I never thought of as to why it would be a straight up Xbox handheld. Because that's a minefield for Microsoft to have to piss all those people off.
And yeah, it's just like you get the licenses for everything you've already worked on the console. It doesn't have to be the PC store and where there's far less versions of the games and everything. And yeah, it would just be, it would be real nice. I'd love it.
And if it was a straight up portable Series S, let's say, you're not worrying about getting devs to have to create another version or whatever it is because it's a Series S in portable form. Anyway.
Beautiful. I'd buy one.
Also, when executive producers
God, would I
win
buy
codes
one.
on the Discord, I hand them 5 instead of 1 as a thank you.
Nice. Hi, Dumg. Happy belated Valentine's Day to XboxEra, the channel I love. And I don't know if you gents did your Valentine's Day plans with your wives and such, but I hope you gents have a lovely holiday with you loved ones. But here's what I have to say down below. I'm calling it on Microsoft I'm calling it on Microsoft's business model. They're pulling a Valve where they have their platform and their games being multi-plat on other devices. But hey, that's just me saying. But otherwise, it's just how I see it with Microsoft way, how they handling their business and such. But your gents' take?
No, there won't be like Valve at all.
I love how he asks his questions.
I don't think. I mean, they having a handheld equivalent like the Steam Deck would be like Valve, but as far as their main platform, like they own their main platform. They own Valve's main platform. Funnily enough, so it still would be quite different in the long run. Valve is just dominant on PC. Not that their service is very good. I think the Steam is actually a pretty terrible application. It's got the PlayStation 5 problems of you have to have twice the space to install something. It has to unpack it. When it's unpacking things after they go live, it can take a long time sometimes. It's archaic and broken in a lot of ways, but people are just used to it. And their OS, after 20 years, for the handheld version, is very good. It took them a long goddamn time, but they got there. But I think the approach from Xbox will be very different in the sense that they are a true platform holder to go at a lot more angles than Valve even can. And as far as Valentine's Day went, we ordered in Indian food. It was delicious, and we were happy.
I had a nice romantic dinner with the missus. It was very pleasant.
We didn't do anything. We don't really do the Valentine's Day thing.
We don't go and do the corporate, hey, it's a holiday, go spend money because we say to, but we just were like, it's a nice day. We'll just order in some nice dinner for once. Because
we don't need to save. We don't need to save it all for one day of the year.
I gave my wife a kiss on the lips earlier today. Did you? Because if you did, I'm going to kill you, you son of a bitch. Don't come after my wife.
It's Valentine's Day 365 days a year for my wife.
What about leap years? Do you do 366?
Nope. That's my day off.
All right.
Once every 4 years. that's my day off. Okay.
Japes.
Yep. All right. Lee Layfield. Hey, boys. I hope everyone understood the business update as intended.
No, they did not.
I'm feeling pretty good. As someone that works for a large organization, I've been a part of key meetings, and that's what this update felt like, a peek behind the curtain to how the decisions are made and why. I get it. I get that it may make people nervous, but for me, it felt like a day at the office. Yes, it wasn't a cool Xbox E3 style show with the big players, although Phil did seem a bit down. Anyway, let's update the meme to Xbox is back, baby. The next mega news article, Sony got nothing for a year, and get ready for the Super Nintendo Switch. P.S. Nick, you have to play Rocket League in real life. It's crazy fun. Oh my God. Rocket League in real life. Just soccer with a car. It'd be like Destruction Derby, but you throw a car in there.
Well, he's saying it like it's something that is real.
A ball. I know. That's what I'm saying. It would be like Destruction Derby with a ball thrown in. Wouldn't it? Man. I don't know. Xbox will find a way to get themselves back in the news again. And if not, we'll do it for them.
Some guys made Rocket League remote-controlled cars and went to like a big indoor soccer stadium and did Rocket League in real life.
Wow.
I'd show it, but it's not. It's like their own video, so I won't.
That would be fun. Okay. Skedaddle. So for a while, it felt like I was the only one taking pleasure in the thought of John having to play in complete Alien Isolation. Now, out of nowhere, my movement has grown to epic proportions. I have received an overwhelming increase in support and demands from people that this must happen. Any ideas as to why all of a sudden so many people want to see John play in complete Alien Isolation?
I couldn't say, but there is a picture of a mob.
Yeah,
so they're coming after you. But hey, John is looking into doing some streaming. He has his own logo and show intro. He just
More
needs
to
set up all
announce
the rest.
next week.
Yeah. We've got ideas for new stuff. that we're very excited to talk about. We like normal, we've just been putting pre-drag through a lot of work. So
Like, man, the list I gave him of stuff, I was like, I need these, and I was like, and I'm sorry, I'm so sorry.
the stuff
He's
he
just
gave us
cracking on with
today
it,
for
man.
the H show is it's so nice.
Yeah,
I can't wait
the
to build that one
the two H shows.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Ooh.
Ooh, boy.
Your streams
Alien
being
Isolation's
patrons
going to happen.
first.
It's going to happen.
Yeah, I wish there was a way to tie Patreon into YouTube members, because then we could do
I know.
this VOD of John playing Alien Isolation is up for like a month for the members and patrons, and then goes live. It could still be worth it if you want.
Yeah.
Or just
We can
a
do
live
that.
stream. Yeah.
I'm going to be
We
so
love
scared.
our-
I'm gonna
we
need the
love our
chat to be
patrons.
company.
Yeah. YouTube's and patron members are the best, and we will try and get you more value.
That's the one. That's the plan.
Okay.
Next question.
Next question. SJ Dub. Hey fellas, we did it. We survived the death of Xbox. But now, hearing Sarah Bond talk about plans for the future hardware has me intrigued. What could they possibly do in the next gen that would make it the largest technical leap in a console generation? I think the largest leap was when we went from 2D to 3D games, so I have no idea what they could do to be larger than that. Bonus question for Nick. Can you teach me how to do the sick backhand hit you performed in the latest episode of Halo? Keep
yeah,
up the
you'll
great
like
work.
We'll just say at one point, Chief gives someone a backhand and they go flying 20 feet, and it looks fantastic.
It's funny as fuck.
I know,
Yeah,
I filmed it. I mean, I didn't see it because it was all CG, but
No,
Great stunt
it's-
work.
Very clearly, an actual stunt man went flying pretty far.
no.
But yeah, I think the
I was
technological leap is going to be what they're super focused on, which is the AI and, finding ways to wring more and more power out of hardware than before, so that it's not
They
this.
probably will, won't they?
Yeah.
They'll probably have a dedicated AI chip in the next Xbox, won't they? That'll do like
Guarantee it.
upscaling and shit,
Yeah,
like
'cause
Unreal upscaling and
if you
shit
have
like that.
and not just upscaling, but frame generation, if they can have that, because that's going to be the big thing, to be able to actually have more 120 hertz games, to actually try and have things at or above 60, and you having a chip for that and having the technology to remove latency that adds. Because when I was doing frame gen in Starfield on the Steam beta build, I was going from like 70 to 80 in towns, maxed out 4K, to like 180, 150. But it added about 20 milliseconds of latency, but they have their anti-lag technology, which then cuts that down a bit. So, but to get all of that into a console, buco bucks. So they got to figure that out.
And it would help with a portable, wouldn't it? Dedicated AI chip.
Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah, the Legion Go using FSR3 and frame gen, I was getting a solid 1080 60 in or 1200p 60 in Immortals of Avium. It looked and ran incredibly well with those fake frames.
I just need 1080 60 on Rocket
That's all
League
I
and
want.
Fortnite.
That's all I want.
That's all I need.
When you can do
Just
when
give
it
me
can just
1080
be
60.
the fake 4K, if they figure out the shimmering and you've got all that stuff to really push, that would be a massive jump compared to what we get right now on console.
Do you reckon they'll give it a name? Like, you know how they give their chips names? Do you reckon they'll give it a name? Like Xbox Copilot chip.
I don't know.
Some shit.
They'll probably come up with a marketing spiel like smart delivery.
Oh, and
Yeah,
100% is going to be part of their special presentation video.
Wish they hadn't
it'll
wasted
have a-
Cortana.
And it'll have
I've used that.
a little
I know.
image on it. It'll probably have an image like the Copilot logo or some shit.
Sachi will
I
love
reckon.
it.
You have a
Yeah.
stencil of Steve Ballmer yelling, AI, AI, AI.
AI. Yeah. There was actually a super chat I missed earlier, and I'll have
Oh.
to read that out. I will read it out, so I haven't forgotten. I'm looking at it now. Face 23 Bikini.
We did that one.
It's there. No, we didn't. Not the second one.
Oh, we did a second one. I don't even have it. It was so long ago. It's not in my app.
Yeah. There was a second
Well
one, and
spotted.
it's actually something that I've said before.
Oh.
We'll do it. I'm sorry. 99 Rukin. Simply a question. Why doesn't Microsoft go for the FIFA license? Because that would mean Microsoft's smart, 99 Rukin, and they're not.
Eh.
Is it worth it?
They want
Yes.
insane money, Nick. They want like $1 billion for that license.
And guess what? Microsoft can afford it.
And it's not about affording it. Is it worth it? You just making
Yes.
a game?
It is.
Okay.
That
Thank
FIFA name, you can't tell me the FIFA name doesn't hold weight. You can't say that. It does.
But is it $1 billion of weight? And then because you're going to make a
You still
shitty
gotta
game
make all
the
the
first
deals
year.
for the teams as well.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't get any of
teams.
the-
Don't come with FIFA. It's just the word FIFA you get to use.
Yeah,
and
you get
their
the
league.
organization FIFA. You don't get the teams. You can do like the World Cup. Like, ooh, whoopty shit. You then still have to because like I think 2K was rumored to be going after it, but like it's also you need to have the teams that are who's going to do it, who's going to make it. They don't have any sports teams. What like
So buy
there's
one.
a lot more to it.
I mean,
They're all the sports teams are owned by huge publishers already. Who are you going to buy?
I don't know, man. Figure it out. I'm sure there's plenty of
Exactly.
developers out there that want to
You-
make sport games. Like,
This is throwing spaghetti at the wall, Nick. Right now, just do it. It's easy. Got money.
Lock
I
it
didn't say
up.
it's easy. I didn't say it's easy. But if any company can just afford to do shit, it's Microsoft. Why not have an exclusive soccer game?
ROI.
Why not?
If it's worth it, they'll do it.
There's a lot of things that are worth it that they're not doing.
How do you know?
Because I do.
I don't believe you.
You don't have to.
I never will.
Which of you's gonna have the last word? Anyone? Anyone?
You
Anyone?
can
I
have it,
don't
John.
care
Next
enough.
question.
I don't care enough. 99 Ruken, the simple answer is because they're not smart.
So is Nick.
Executive producer Torn Raptor. Hi guys, where would you each take me on our first date? Macca's. I'd take you to Macca's.
I'd say Busch Gardens, but he's Australian, so he's already seen every animal known to man, essentially.
I'd hope you're a meat eater, and I'd take you to a really cool barbecue place called Bodine's in London.
He'll definitely be eating some meat.
Giggity.
I would, yeah, I'd take him to a cheap motel, like, $50 a night one.
Because the real star of the show on our date is this. So I don't need to distract you with fancy restaurants. Macca's.
So when they were
cheap
telling the
food.
tale of Narcissus, how much did they talk to you before actually writing that?
It's based on me.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
Yeah.
When they were
That's right.
writing it, how much did they? Yeah, was it like
All of
years of following you around? Could they actually stomach that?
It is what it is. Can't have your cake and eat it too.
Oh God, no! Look, come on, pack it in, all of you.
It is what it is. Okay. Abe. Hello, everyone. Hope you all had a good week. It seems that the industry is turning inside out with all the commotion, but let's talk games. Helldivers 2. After playing a few matches, I think this is the closest we'll get to ODST 2. But with all the similarities and huge success, do you guys think it's possible 343 will do an ODST game in the future? If not, what do you think the next Halo game will be? Will there be another Halo game? Anyways, like always, keep up the great work. Yes, there will be another Halo game. No, there won't be another ODST because that would be too smart. So there won't be another ODST. What do I think the next Halo game will be? That's a good question. A part of me wants to say reboot, but
But also, like, Helldivers, I don't think is really. It's not like an ODST thing. Like,
No,
you're
it's
just
not.
you're people. That's about the only thing that's the same. But people also want to be super soldiers, which is why I don't think they do another ODST. Is
unless he's referring to the fact that the Helldivers are like that's what the ODSTs.
Yeah, they kind of
technically
drop
are.
in, don't they?
That's-
Yes,
that's
unless
the
that's what he's
similarity.
referring to.
other
Yes.
than that, it's very much a big, crazy third person call-in. I would say Helldivers is more akin to like a friendly fire on mercenaries type, where you're calling shit in all the time. Because like Helldivers is very focused on doing button combinations to call stuff in, like airstrikes and ammo, and it's very much its own thing. It's not like a Halo game at all.
Okay. Yeah, because ODST is nothing like what I've seen of Helldivers. Like
No,
nothing
ODST is just
alike.
ODST is just scuffed Halo. Like,
ODST is like, yeah, just this short, semi-open hub Halo game.
I love
don't
that.
have
I love ODST so much.
I think it's more the premise of what an ODST game could be
as a
in the
spin-off.
vein of the Helldivers. Yeah.
Yes, theoretically, they could just take Helldivers and rebrand it ODST. Yes, they could.
People would
based on
not get upset
those-
about that too. They'd love it.
No,
Definitely see the
not at
media treat it fairly.
all. But yeah, I wonder what the next main Halo game will be. I wonder, will they continue on with Infinite? Will they reboot it? Will they? I do wonder.
They keep continuing
'Cause-
on in the books. I'm curious where they go. Like the story of Infinite in the books and stuff is still what they're going with.
Mm. What would you want? What would you personally want?
I'd want to go back to a standard linear.
What if it was like this, John? The same setup for the world, the hub levels of Infinite, but with more of those, like the canyon at the end, the bespoke, this is a big Halo level feel more often because they have better direction and they use their time better so that you can feed yourself into these linear levels that have these big moments, but you still can have that fun open world stuff in between those levels more than you got in this one.
Yeah, I mean, like, I just want them to experiment more. There's so much that they could do with the IP, and they just don't. Like, give it to some other teams. Let's see some different stuff in this world. You know, like, give me a flood horror game about like you're just an ODST and the flood's there and everything's fecked.
They've done some experimentation with RTS and with the twin stick shooters, but not very much. Just a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know. They could do more, but it's all good. It's all good.
I want a Halo Destiny game. I do want that. I want a Halo looter shooter. That'd be a lot of fun.
Yeah,
I would love a Halo grind game. You like the grind when it's good, John. Imagine if it was a Halo grind.
Yeah, I know. Tell me about it. I would when the grind is well designed, I'm all in. I'm in.
Mm-hmm.
I'm all for it.
The thing is, I really liked Infinite's campaign.
Yeah, it was good.
I liked it.
It's fantastic, I would say. John.
It was good. I go back now and to do it all on heroic and just do each of those missions on heroic, and they're still enjoyable to play through.
And I'll say, I think the Scarab missions that John always mentions are highly overrated.
Me too. I think Halo 3 full stop is overrated. I think all of Bungie's Halos except CE and ODST are overrated. I've always said that.
And I love them. I've played through Halo CE in co-op with my brother probably 100 times because we didn't have a lot of money and we could play it together. We
I love
did
it a
play
lot
Brute
for those
Force.
reasons too.
But there's definitely rose-tinted glasses on the actual, especially the quality of the story in those games when it comes to people who really wanted that feeling for the TV show. I'm like, yes, I would love to see some of that stuff, but there wasn't that much to it. Most of those games really took place in like a day or two, essentially. Like they were very limited compared to what we remember them as when we were younger and dumber and full of
and don't take overrated as bad. Something can be overrated and still be fantastic.
Yeah.
Although I
Overrated
will
in-
say Halo 2.
Yeah, not overrated in regards to the nostalgia surrounding it. Where it was great at the time, it might not hold up the best.
Halo 2's bad. Oh my god.
It is.
Halo 2 is...
He's talking about the single player. Multiplayer was great, but the single player doesn't hold up.
campaign on Halo 2. Holy shit. I played through that on Legendary and Master Chief Collection and...
Bad graphics.
Oh
No story.
my god.
What?
It was just... Yeah, anyway. Okay, Morventhus. Hello all. As usual, pick one or both. You know what? I might actually do that this time and just pick the shorter one. We're a gaming podcast, so let's have some fun game talk. What's your least favorite game mechanic and why? Stalkers.
Yes, I'm in.
Stalker mechanics.
Yeah, anything chasing me.
Stalkers.
Oh,
fucking
and
hate
escort
it.
missions.
And escorts.
Go fucking
Yes.
do one.
Escorts as well.
Escorts, if they can die. If they are invincible and it's just like a thing you're doing, it's not as bad. But when the escort can easily die, But for the first one, I can say I don't think there's any chances to play anywhere. I think they are going to tie these games into BattleNet the way they tie in your Ubisoft account, your EA Play account, your Riot account. But that game is cross progression. So if you will get it on PC, you'll have your Xbox save. It'll be fine.
Hate stalkers.
And they might make it might be
worse.
cross-buy, unlike the other ones. I think that might be a difference. I don't know. But you would think so.
Cool. Okay. Ass4ssin Entertainment. Hello to John, Nick, Jesse, and chat. Turns out the sky wasn't falling at all, but rather the weather has changed a bit. The 4 games that Microsoft said were coming to other platforms, presumably Hi-Fi Rush, Pentiment, Grounded, and Sea of Thieves, do make sense business-wise. I think had Microsoft marketed Hi-Fi Rush better, the game would have sold better on Xbox in other regions and raised awareness for the console, specifically in Japan, but I digress. My question comes in 2 parts. Mainly what Matt Booty said during the business event that went under the radar. 1, he mentioned new teams coming to Xbox. Did he? I didn't hear that.
I took that as they're integrating Activision Blizzard.
Yeah.
That's how I took that.
I
It's
didn't
going
take
to
that
take
as
years.
acquisitions.
Oh, okay. Does that mean potential smaller acquisitions, i.e. Crystal and Eidos, are going to happen this year or more exciting partnerships? 2, Matt briefly mentioned the June showcase, which was odd to me, as they rarely talk about the summer showcase until later in the year, at least to my knowledge. Do you guys think this year will finally be the year Xbox finally has a showcase to compete with Sony's E3 2016 event? Or can we expect it to be mainly be look at us buddy-buddy with ABK? Thank you guys, and sorry, John. Sorry for the long one, John. Keep up the good work. They almost every year mention around January, February how they're already planning the June showcase. They say that almost every year.
Every time.
Yeah, they always do it. Whether
they
it's
cannot-
Major Nelson on the podcast or...
They could never have a 2016 PlayStation showcase because that showcase wasn't very good in retrospect. It just gave people things they really thought they wanted because no one actually ended up wanting Shenmue 3. The Final Fantasy VII remake was okay. But most of the stuff in that show didn't show up for 5 years, so it would never be looked at the same way for Xbox. It would be, where is this shit after a year? Where is this shit after 2 years? Fuck you after 3 years. So they can't have that type of show.
Yes, because it wouldn't be acknowledged as such. Amongst the Xbox hardcore, it would be. Like, amongst the Xbox hardcore, they definitely could.
Yeah.
But amongst the gaming media at large, no. Because they'd have people being like, who actually wants Banjo? Who really wants Banjo? Is Banjo relevant in 2024? Do you think? So, wider gaming media, it wouldn't work. But for the Xbox hardcore, sure. I'd love it. Crackdown 4. Banjo-Kazooie.
Boom.
Rock and Roll Racing. New
Mecha Soul.
Doom. Perfect Dark. Actually showing us Perfect Dark.
That'll be this year.
All that sort of stuff.
I think they have a chance of having a really good E3 this year. Meow.
Is that the cat?
Mhm.
Oh, wow.
I woke her up. My brother asked her where she was, and so it's like
The cat's talking.
Mhm.
My cat talks to me too.
I squeeze her.
My cat talks as well.
The tiniest little squeezes, and she'll meow. She's a cutie.
My cat usually just lies on this couch back here during the day, and I look at her and I'm like, "What's your problem?" She's like, "Meow." Like she full responds to me when I ask her questions.
Both of mine will talk if I start talking to them. It's very nice.
Yeah, so is mine. I don't say nice things to her, but still. Okay, last question. I think we answered that. Good old Collingwood. Happy Valentine's Day, John, Nick, and Jesse. It's now February. How is planning for Gamescom gathering going? You might say it's August. There's plenty of time, but I don't want you to be the one saying, where did all the time go?
It is going. Again, we'll have more to say.
I'm not going to show it, but this is all my paperwork for trying to get a passport. There's a lot of it.
Yeah. So
I think I have to renew my passport.
I've never had
It's
one
definitely
because
a
America's
thing.
huge and very expensive to leave. So I've never needed one, but now I've got $165 set aside to go get a passport.
Okay.
It's supposed to come down to how the fudge are we ever gonna afford all this?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was about
and-
to say I gotta work out money. Money's my main thing.
But maybe we'll have ideas for that.
Windows
we'll
XP.
talk about it soon.
I'd love to go.
This is the Halo X Hayworth chair. It is $1,700. I could not afford it. They sent it to me. This is my review unit. Oddly enough, I don't get yelled at this like Paris does about the Cyberpunk chair. But it is my chair. It's incredible. It's as good as the day they sent it. And over there is the other one that my wife's stuff is on. They've got an Xbox collab if you don't want a Halo chair. And they're really nice. Hayworth, Haworth. I like the review.
Yep.
Incredible chair.
I think that's it.
Fucking
Is that
expensive.
it? That's it. It's the last one.
That's it.
Wow. It's the end of the show, ladies and gentlemen.
Mhm.
Who'd have thought we would get there? But we
We got
did.
we got a lot of likes
did.
today too, even though we destroyed Xbox. Almost 200 while live.
Do you know what? Like, more than anything, and I know we joke about that I don't value the patrons, but beyond the patrons, because obviously it goes without saying how much they're valued, but this community that we've built, like, and how much, like, I see people like going to bat for us and on Twitter against the idiots. I would say to you, don't worry about it. Like, it's fine, but it is appreciated. And yeah, like, like, what's the word you use, Nick? You can't believe it. You're humble. Like, the fact that we've managed to
never
build
humble.
such an awesome group of people to surround ourselves with is really, really cool. So love you guys.
Yep.
And yeah, we'll be back because next week, baby, episode 200.
Yeah.
All sorts of exciting things might happen or might not happen.
It'll be
Yeah.
a
Find out.
celebration of our channel. We'll see, of this show that we're all so happy to be a part of. But yeah.
Yeah. So let's see what happens. But you
But
can
you
be sure that
know,
there'll be exciting
Plans
announcements.
change. Plans
do change.
change. Sometimes you have stuff locked in, and then it changes.
Yeah. So we'll see. I hope
You could have it locked in 2 months in advance, and it changes at the last second.
Thanks, John.
Never know.
let's see what happens.
You never know.
See what happens.
Let's see what happens, eh?
Nick definitely doesn't hold a grudge. That's one of his strong suits.
Yep. For sure.
Anyway, thank you, chat. Thank
Thanks,
you, everyone
everyone.
else. We'll be back next week for episode 200 of the Xbox Era
episode
podcast.
200.
Until then, stay safe, play games, have fun. Remember, it's just video games.
Ciao for now.
Bye-bye.